syndicate. You got wind that there were going to be at least 3 very very prominent leaders of the syndicate meeting there for some reason on this jungle world, well out of normal travel, and you you headed there with the intention of I guess like a look and figure out later policy. Not really sure what you would do, but knowing that the information would probably be valuable nonetheless. When you arrived, the whole while, having some internal issues with regards to hired help and some disputes thereof. You arrived and managed to obscure yourself from sensor detection by taking cover behind Vindax's barren moon. You sent the N1 in with N41 and Rayla to do a very light reconnaissance of the planet. Didn't get a whole lot of information other than there were three ships somewhere down on the planet. And on your way back, you were somehow detected by a 4th ship, which was taking cover much as you were, except actually waiting within one of the craters on the dark side of the moon. The ship turned out to be a Pursuer-class vessel, supposedly from the Mandalorian Protectorate. You had sort of a tense standoff with them, but you let them board, not really sure who they were at the point, and I think you were intending on maybe having some sort of last-ditch attempt to deceive them into thinking that maybe you were part of the group, and you were thinking maybe they were security or something. But fortunately, cooler heads prevailed, and you both kind of came clean, and you discovered that they are here to retrieve one of their own, a rogue Mandalorian commando named Varen Nar, who is now currently working as the bodyguard to Eden Kreth, one of the Hurrictar Syndicate bosses. They have no interest in hindering you. They don't have any particular interest in necessarily bringing everybody there to justice, although they are no particular fan of criminal scum. And they have expressed interest in working with you. Given that they don't know the precise layout of the place, apparently they have not had very much more luck scouting the place than you have. They've definitely kind of put forth the idea that maybe you can somehow join forces and work together. I guess there was a kind of a hastily put together plan that may satisfy both parties, and I think we're going to pick up an hour later. I'm deep into the planning. Maybe 30 minutes later, deep into the planning. The Starfighter is now once again docked. Rayla and Signal are once again aboard. And everybody is arrayed around a holographic display. And I want to say I had that laid out. Where is it? I think you guys have been using the mess hall as your conference room. So everybody's in the mess hall.
Does look more
you all are arrayed around
mess hall, really, but
it's big ass mess hall or big ass conference room, either way.
We need like an MSC droid that just rolls around in there.
And you're all arrayed around it. Apparently, two of the Mandalorians are aboard. Like they've got one monitoring the sensors aboard their ship looking for any movement, and the rest of you are in the room as well, like arrayed around the table. I think the plan proposed thus far has been to somehow insert Agent B down onto the planet. You guys had proposed to have B pose as Veranar and somehow trick the people down there, if he was found, into believing that the real Veranar is actually a fake, and somehow managed to get custody of him and kind of escape. Plan's very loose at the moment. The Mandalorians are willing to basically like listen to you. They've been keeping quiet in regards to the infiltration sort of business, but they've been very clear in their insistence. Their leader, Jitan, insisting that there should be a backup plan in case things go awry. So that's where we're going to pick up. So there is basically a hollow projector in front of you, like smack dab in the middle of the table, showing the very scant information you have about this scenario. By merging your scan information from your flyover with theirs, you have a rough, very rough approximation of the compound. It appears they blasted away a significant portion of the jungle, basically just kind of glassed it over with blaster cannons. Set down, they've got 3 ships there, arrayed kind of in a rough triangular formation. There's no real rhyme or reason to it other than this is kind of the formation you might set down in if you were putting down camp in on a jungle world. They seem to have unloaded some things, but images are super shoddy. You can't tell anything about it, and you cannot. It is uncertain how many people there are. It is only known that there's somewhere between a dozen, more than a dozen, and under 30. People are constantly coming in and out of the ships and moving around.
Is that per ship?
No, total.
We know what ships they were?
Yeah. Let's see here. The Fanar brand, it's a Gatrak 720 freighter. Let me bring that up for you guys. There's a link to the Gatrak. Very much a size of vessel, not given to transporting a whole lot of people.
Oh, it's a pretty ship. Sorry.
That is Eden Kreth's personal transport. After that, there is the personal transport of Zalandra, the Indigo Ray. It's an AEG. AEG 77, technically sometimes known as the Vigo. I'm giving you guys the wiki for that one, but you don't know a whole lot of information about that ship specifically. I really probably should have just given you the image, but I know some of you will, regardless of what I say, just go look it up on the Wikipedia anyway. That's not a common ship at all, even for its time period, and you basically have no idea what it is. Scans also don't tell you the weapons complement or anything of these vessels. The last one is the Teverus, which is a...
Being this group, I'm sure they're probably customized anyways, so the weapon confirmation of what the stock wouldn't actually matter a whole lot.
The last one is a Bado-class star yacht.
Oh, a Bado.
Yeah,
Those things are
very,
all custom.
very, very sleek. Pretty nice vessel, but again, none of these are really rigged to transport more, more people than. I mean, like, to be honest, your ship is considerably bigger than most of these.
The Border reminds me of the thing from Outlaw Star, the yellow ship.
The Bottos, they're all custom built. No two are the same.
So, judging from rough size on the kind of the unknown ship that registers as an AG-77, which none of you have heard of, and the other ships, you can guess that there's for the Botto there's like a somewhere between a rough approximation 9 for the AG-77. It looks like that one's significantly bigger, but still not as big as your ship. Could hold maybe a little bit more than a dozen. And the 720 can hold probably about a dozen. So if any of the space, like the cargo space, had been converted to cramped crew quarters or anything like that, they could fit some extra people on any of these ships. That's why they're saying maybe a max of 30-ish, but that's assuming that like these ships are filled to the brim with people, and you really don't know.
So how many Mandalorians are there?
There are 3.
There's only 3 in the whole ship?
Yeah, well, this ship is not a very big ship. It is essentially a small but heavy packing like systems patrol craft. Not the same class of vessel that yours is,
Yeah.
but yours is not a combat vessel.
It's the low end of the Colossal class, right? So like similar to like a fire spray would be.
Yeah, it's bigger than a fire spray. For reference, Boba Fett used a pursuer class as one of his many slave vessels. If you guys are not aware, like, Slave 1 is his fire spray. I think Slave 2 was a pursuer. Anyway, like he has like up to, I think he has like 6 ships. They're all kind of roughly in the same class. One of these was a pursuer class. So they're like multi-person transports. I'll bring pursuer up too.
So it's roughly bigger than a fire spray, but smaller than a YT-1300.
Oh yeah. Here's the
Alright.
pursuer. Pursuer is anywhere between like 1 and like 8 people, but that's basically with passengers aboard. It's not meant for long-term travel with that many people.
So there's the 3 ships, so is there any kind of temporary, like a tent or something like that that's been
Scans are not accurate enough for that. You really can't tell.
Yeah, we got very poor quality scans.
Yeah, you guys technically failed your roll pretty badly. Only by combining your rolls with the Mandalorians were you able to really glean that they were unloading anything at all. I think you, given that you're thinking of it, probably find it's likely that they've probably unloaded some sort of temporary structure, given that the Mandalorians have said that they've been here for like over a day. And this meeting might last a while. Like, there was no timetable given on it. So who knows? The camp is certainly big enough. Like, the space between all the ships is big enough to where they might have unloaded some temporary facilities.
Yeah, I doubt that 2 crime lords will go into another crime lord's ship, but unless they're friendly, I guess.
These
Well,
guys,
they're all
trading
from
weapons,
the same
right?
organization.
So there's probably quite a bit of hardware down there.
You don't know how friendly they are with each other, but they all technically are rumored to run the same organization. With Kreth being the rumored leader. Again, a lot of rumors, not a whole lot of actual facts. So you can suppose what you will.
I might inquire what the Mandalorians have in mind for a B plan if things go to well. I'm going to kind of turn it, I say B plan, and then I'm going to think about the fact we're sending in this
Yeah.
alien named B and kind of grimace under my helmet.
Jatam kind of looks at you and he says, I believe we should be in striking distance of the camp with full force ready. I'm not sure how exactly you wish to proceed with that. Like, you get the feeling he's probably talking about your rules of engagement per se, like, take them all alive or whatever. But you get the feeling that the Mandalorians are probably not so keen on the idea. The way Mandalorians typically operate is it's pretty fast and hard kind of warfare. But yeah, he definitely advocates that you guys be within striking distance and have like some sort of like rapid response plan in case things go to shit. Like if Bunko signals for backup, or it becomes obvious that something's gone wrong in the camp, you guys can strike within like a minute or two. Either from he says either from orbit, dropping in with a ship, or perhaps infiltrating onto the planet and lying in wait in the jungle. Although he does mention that Vendaxa is perhaps not the friendliest place, and the Mandalorians do not have a method of getting through the jungle reliably for as many people as you guys as are part of the operation.
Do you have any ideas how we could get our large cruiser close enough to strike within a minute? Without being immediately detected?
Yeah. So he says, dubious at best with this thing. It's an impressive ship for its role, but not the most stealthy.
A ship of this size class would be like, I would roll like a -3 on this ship.
And 41 displays like the laser cannon type and say not it says like not suitable for orbital bombardment.
Yeah. Our ship is built for operations like this, or at least better built than your own. If we were to go with a plan like this, perhaps we could use the Jaguar.
Do we have any way we might be able to transport our ground vehicle that we have in our hold to the planet?
He definitely looks intrigued, I guess. Like, he kind of cocks his head a little bit when you say that. And he's like, "What sort of ground vehicle do you have?"
We have a grenade-launched equipped speeder in the holds right now. Might come in handy if we need something on the ground fast to buy us time for the cruiser to come in. Is a backup plan of sorts.
Well, no way of transporting the vehicle, but if we went with the slow covert approach, you may be able to wait a few hours for the planet's rotation to align a little bit more favorably. An approach on the opposite side of the planet, set down somewhere, and we could potentially make our way through the jungle in your speeder. Is there room enough for the strike team? What sort of speeder is it?
There's plenty of room. I'm going to comment, and I'll point out that it's an Aero 23. But
Ooh, yeah, like
someone might have to ride in the cell.
Yeah, they definitely kind of approved of this. I say, well, as far as I see it, we could go in loud and fast with our ship, drop everybody in under a hail of gunfire, or we could try a more measured approach. Go in with your vessel on the other side of the planet and try to approach through the jungle.
How big is this planet?
It's, I don't know if I have a way of determining that. Let me try to look.
I mean, how large are sensor ranges on ships?
Sensor ranges on ships. Again, the Saga edition kind of handwaves a lot of this stuff. Like, you have a chance of detecting ships in system. I am ruling that, like, if you're on the opposite side of a planet, super unlikely. You don't have to necessarily worry about it. You would just know that flying around in a system, there is a substantial chance that another ship will detect you. And the more junk, especially the more dense junk with like gravity wells you put between you and them, the far less likely that they are to detect you, especially if you are running with like lower power and stuff like that.
Okay, 'cause, I mean, dropping on the other side of the planet is fine, except, I mean, how long is it going to take us to get to the destination after?
Well, you bring this up, and he suggests that you might be able to drop in on the other side of the planet and fly over the canopy to a closer distance. That'll maintain a lot of your cover, and there's going to be a point where you start to approach a distance where, you know, flying low and close to the canopy is still not going to be enough, but it should get you close enough to where maybe a few hours in the speeder might be enough. Depends on, you know, how reliable the speeder is and how thick the jungle is where you're going.
Okay. All right.
It functions. I'm treating it a lot like radar detection. You know, flying low to the canopy will certainly aid you guys. It'll be a little bit difficult. It'll require a harder check, but
yeah. Okay. So I'm going to erase my doubts about the whole posing as a Mandalorian and everything. That I don't think it's going to work. That we probably need to devise some other way to lure out this Mandalorian, ex-Mandalorian, from the group if it is posing as his boss or having some kind of distraction where him and a group of people are summoned to the distraction so that we can then single him out more or what. But walking into the camp and telling everybody that I'm the real Mandalorian and have no idea about this guy's back history is not going to work. Plus,
yeah,
plus
the
I can't
Mandalorians kind of weigh in just a little bit here, saying, agreeing that it does seem like a very difficult idea to sell, but they're more in favor of the tactical plan, so they're willing to kind of give input, but they're you know, letting you guys come up with any infiltration plan that you guys are coming up with. They do support Bunko in the fact that they do feel that it's a little unlikely in terms of your first plan.
It's a shitty plan, but the guy's gonna be really hard to get to, and he's not gonna come willingly, and they're not gonna give him to us willingly. So I feel like we need some kind of approach to kind of get him out here. Otherwise, we're going to be fighting off a hell of a lot of people, and we don't have good odds of doing that.
I mean, I can sneak into the camp. I can get information about what they're doing and what they're planning. I can get other information about where this Mandalorian is and whatnot. But posing as a person on the inside will take months of getting to know everybody to actually infiltrate to that manner.
Well, if we can drop the speeder off nearby and get you in, Bunko, then you can kind of run recon for us, gather as much information as possible, and then maybe we can kind of go in hard and fast and abduct the guy before they figure out what's going on.
Or I could even attempt to do some kind of sabotage to some ships or a radar system or something like that that will slow down their response times.
How much
The
explosives are you
Mandalorians-
carrying? Probably ask it to the
Mandalorians
Mandalorians.
definitely kind of perk up at that plan, Bunko. Not to interrupt you, Roddick, but they definitely seem to think there might be something to go with that one.
We're
It's
running
not about walking either.
with Jack All for intel right now, so the more we have, the better.
Do you have any explosives? I'll probably ask the Mandalorians.
We
Anything
most
hard to
certainly do.
detect? Perhaps you can
Depends
make use
on
of those, or she can make
depends
use
on
of
the
those.
methods of detection, though. I doubt they have weapon scanners down there. They're not exactly expecting anyone just walking out of the jungle. But he kind of shakes his head. Not exactly going to be able to predict what might happen down there. We do have charges that we can spare, however.
Can you use explosives, Bunko? Or I'm gonna say B, and I'm gonna look towards you.
I don't have a skill on it.
Do you have mechanics?
Yes, I do.
Mechanics is explosives.
Okay, I do.
Oh, well, that's helpful. I'm going to radical nod and say this sounds like a decent plan. I vote that we divide into a couple teams. We keep at least one Mandalorian on your ship, so it's able to fight if need be. Possibly more than one. I'm not sure what your crew requirements are. I'm going to try to turn and say that Rayla and our droid here, Signal, could stay on board this ship and keep the. Well, I'm going to kind of pause for a second. We're actually short a pilot to make this to bring our full forces on board. How many pilots do you have qualified?
We are all trained, capable of flying our vessel. What exactly do you have in mind? We're not exactly starfighter pilots.
Radish's going to cross his arms and say, we're a bit short on pilots. Possibly, he thinks about it for a second, one of you could drive the Arrow instead of Jin. Jin also is a qualified pilot. I'm thinking if we need to hit them with as hard a force as possible, we'd want to bring in the cruiser, Rayla's fighter, and your ship if it comes to a space battle after the sabotage. If one of your men can drive our Arrow, then I could potentially gun for it, or vice versa.
He kind of shrugs a little bit, like he's amenable to it.
How do you feel about driving the cruiser into combat, Jin? Out of curiosity, can our turrets fire without gunners at all?
No.
Or are they complete?
Yeah,
Oh boy.
Far Ranger requires 4 gunners to fire its 4 laser cannons.
Imagine episode 4. Imagine Millennium Falcon.
Let's put the surgical droid in one of the guns.
He could technically try commencing
make a few.
surgical strike.
To be fair, the attacks with the weapons have nothing to do with your skills. It's just base attack bonus and whether you're trained or not, essentially.
I will tell you that doesn't matter if you're putting the medical droid in there.
That's true. I'm sure he has a base attack of like nothing. And I'm sure he doesn't have heavy weapon
But
proficiency.
it's technically possible, and I think his little audible sensors would perk up. He's a rather odd droid.
I think Radix should cross his arms and say, we might not be able to get our fighter in the air, the more I'm thinking about it. We might be able to get, if Jin and I go with the Arrow, that would leave Raylan's Signal to control the Farseeker, and if we could, I'm going to kind of look around and say, draft a couple gunners, that would at least bring us a fairly decent force combined with your ship, and I'll kind of turn to the Mandalorians.
Our ship could be controlled by one.
So that's gives us some decent firepower for the B team. Fortunately, we don't have enough people to get our fighter in the year as well. Protector Rangers are a bit poorly funded these
Rayla's
days.
gonna pipe up that even if we brought Leary to bear, she was never built for combat, at least not in her current configuration. Her laser cannons are a bit light and probably wouldn't even penetrate the shields of some of these ships.
Radek's going to nod and say that, yeah, if it lacks the firepower, then maybe it's best you stay here and consider that an escape option. And he'll kind of look to the others and say, so do you think this is a good idea to keep the spaceships on hand as a B plan while the arrow slows them down, combined with Bunko's sabotage if everything goes to hell?
Well, it's definitely a plan. Slowing them down implies that they flee from us, however. If it's just a couple of us on the ground, though, there's not much for them to flee from. We would be dividing our limited forces fairly substantially in that case.
He nods and says, well, we could at least maybe hold them there long enough to get a ship dropped on top of them with some attacks. If it comes to that. We are speaking disaster plan here, right?
We may be better off just having more people on the ground and have, say, like, one of these fine gentlemen in their ship. It is much more well-equipped for ground attack if that's something we need, being as it can be controlled by a single person and all the weapons are forward-firing. The Far Ranger, if he wanted to use it, we would have to dedicate at least 2 or 3 people to it at best. A pilot and at least 2 gunners, I would say.
Radek nods and says, if we do that, what are we going to do with the Fire Ranger? We don't want it to get stolen.
We'd probably have to put it down and walk in. Sensor ranges on ships aren't too terribly far. I doubt we'd have to do it all the way around the planet, but...
We could use the arrow at least to cover some ground.
That is assuming they don't have one of those fancy long-range communication dishes, which they might very well have with the nature of their business.
Jen, you haven't weighed in yet. What do you think? I'm going to kind of cross my arms and look in his direction.
No, I think the more people we have on the big guns, the better. In case something does go wrong. And considering the number of
would have to
people
dedicate
down
at
there,
least like 3 people of the 7? We have 7, 8?
You've got 3 Mandalorians, and you've got 5 on your ship. So, total of 8.
Yeah, 7,
counting the
7
droid.
and a droid.
And then 9 if you're desperate and you want to use Zeta 3.
I'm wondering if maybe it would be better if me and Bunko were the only ones taking the speeder down and everybody else stayed on the ship.
I crossed his arms and said, you'll need somebody on that gun.
Not necessarily.
Once Bunko's dropped off.
If things go well, we won't need the gun at all. If things go badly, we'll need as many big guns as we have.
Yeah, you do know you
And
need...
the ones on the ship count for a lot more.
You do know you need 1 person per turret, and you've got 4 on the Far Ranger.
Radek turns and kind of sees what the general consensus is here, because this is a very debatable plan in any angle we take with it.
Can I roll knowledge tech to know what the weapons are on a pursuer? Assuming they're pretty good because it's a Mandalorian ship, but...
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I can assist on that. Something I can do.
Do you have knowledge tech?
Yes.
I do.
Well, does Rayla?
Indeed. It is the one knowledge
Awesome.
I have because I want to justify doing upgrades on ships.
Yeah, so give me a roll signal.
Click on signal scatter sheet, click on knowledge tech. It is a knowledge tech is this one. Submit.
Oh yeah. That's a +2.
Wow.
How did you roll a 99?
Wow, what the hell?
I put in 9. Oh, it didn't replace the 0, it just added a 9. I only rolled a 2, it's only an 11.
How did you roll a 99?
I typed in 2. Well, hold on.
He put
13,
plus
14, it's a 19.
I typed
I
10.
yeah,
I think.
I did it wrong anyways, but I typed 9 to the box for a modifier when I should only type 2, so it's wrong on multiple counts, but 7 plus 2 is 9. It's only an 11.
It's
yeah.
11, yeah.
You don't know what they have on their ship, no.
I still think we probably should have more people on the ground. If we don't have enough people on the ground for any kind of a thing, it will purely become into basically a who has the bigger gunfight, if that's what you want, but that's what's going to happen with it.
I mean, I have comms, but my comms are only like 50k, so
No matter how many people that we have on the ground, they're gonna have a lot more.
This is
Now this-
true.
I completely understand if this is not an applicable thing under the circumstances, but I was wondering if I could roll tactics and see if I think which plan might have more odds of success in my tactical opinion.
Sure, go ahead.
Let me see here. Watch me roll a 1 and get absolutely convinced the wrong plan is true.
So, you can see merit to both plans. If you are getting into a knockdown, drag-out fight, the lasers aboard the Far Ranger are more effective than anything you can carry in your hand. That said, the Far Ranger is not the most nimble of ships. You feel like you could probably get it to hover over the compound or the area, especially since you have a good pilot. You feel like you could at least get 2 of the guns to bear most of the time. 2 of the guns are probably only going to be somewhat useful because they're mounted on the top, but they are mounted forward and at a slightly downward angle. So they will probably help on the approach, but if you're hovering right over the facility or the meeting ground or whatever it is, they'll be a little bit limited. They don't have to take off to use their guns as well. Now, it's highly unlikely that they have a extraordinary amount of dorsal mounted firepower, but there are 3 ships down there. It would be you have a fairly hardy ship, but not a whole lot of firepower that you really have to bear to bring down there. You think it might be roughly evenly matched. If you are able to just hover over there, if you're not counting actually fighting the ships, you could pretty much decimate anybody not within the shields of the ships. Like anybody caught out in the open, man, they're freaking toast. At the very least, if they actually have brought out cargo and stuff like that, there's no way they're going to be able to get that stuff back there in time. So at the very least, if things go to shit, you can at least rob them of whatever it is they've brought out of their containers and maybe hope to catch some of them out in the open. But at that point, you know that it's going to be a matter of time. If you can't destroy or disable any of the vessels down on the surface, if they are able to lift off, it's suddenly going to be a fairly uncertain game in terms of the reversal. You again have a lot of shields for your ship. You have a fairly hardy ship, but fighting 3 ships, even with the Mandalorian, like with the Mandalorian ship is kind of an unknown factor. You don't really know how that might play in. You think it could help even the odds quite a bit. If it was just your ship, though, this would be rather unadvisable. And again, you don't really know how much firepower they have, but they can't have too much on the Bado or the Gatrak. The only unknown is that other thing, the thing that registers as an AG-77. No real information on that thing. As far as the ground assault idea goes, having people down in a speeder, any amount of people, there's some risk to it. If you have any amount of people at all in your ship, you'll be splitting your forces. On the other hand, any amount of surprise could mean a very big difference. It depends on how many people there are down there. If they've got like a dozen, a little more than a dozen, you guys could feasibly set up with surprise with your Mandalorian friends and potentially take out the camp fairly quickly. If you were fortunate, lucky, nobody spotted you while you were getting into positions, and you had, grenades or a good tactical plan. If there are more than that, you might be able to really substantially weaken their forces before any real fighting started, and you might be able to do it in such a way that tactically they might not have much idea what's going on. Like, you might be able to kind of inspire chaos. But at that point, you would basically have... The only method of escape would be into the jungle. Which would be fine if you had your speeder waiting, unless they chase you in their ships. You would have to have some sort of escape plan. Like, I'm telling you all this because you rolled really well in your tactics roll. You'd have to have some sort of escape plan, definitely pre-routed, if you were to go down on foot. Having one of the ships stand by is very advisable.
I think Ruddock's gonna cross his arms and kind of sit up straight as he kind of processes this whole situation, looks over the diagrams and says, I think we're going about all this all wrong. We've been trying to gather intelligence, and there's a whole hive of criminals down there that people have been looking for years. I think it's time we kick the door down. And I'm going to kind of look over to Bunko, and I'm going to say that we were talking sabotage before. I say we see if she can get on board that the one unknown ship in the fleet. And I'm going to kind of point a few buttons and take out its shield generator. After that, we hit him with everything we got, and we question what's left of the ruins.
It strikes me that it wouldn't even have to be the shield generator per se. If you got anywhere near the engines
control
or
works
anything
too.
that stops it from flying, you could always get more people if they couldn't go anywhere.
That strikes you as a very good point. If you were able to somehow disable their sublight or their hyperdrive, they wouldn't be able to go anywhere.
Well, here's
It's not like there's a repair facility on this planet.
It'd likely just take another ship off world, at least the serious criminals. It'd just take one of the other two. If we knock out a shield generator and hit him with everything we got, at the same time, he kind of looks to Bunko and said, you wouldn't want to tip our hand early. Then I think that they might be in for a very rude surprise.
I think also one of you mentioned something earlier about sabotaging perhaps their sensors or something like that. The Mandalorians bring that up as another possibility that sounds definitely tactically sound if you're going about a more tactical approach. And as you're talking about this sort of thing, they definitely seem a little bit more fired up. Like, they were willing to go along with the infiltration plan, but they're more of the let's go in and blow these fuckers up sort of deal.
You said you had explosives. How much explosives are we talking about? And are they like timed, or are we talking like remote, like C4? Well, it's not C4 in Star Wars. What is it? Do we know what it is?
No. I don't really know.
Yeah, they have some kind of plastic.
Yeah. Either, he responds. He says, not enough to blow up a whole ship, but enough to certainly ruin a ship.
Well, I have a thought here. We put our own sublight engines at risk masking our transponder signal. If done intentionally, how hard would it be to just overheat and disable their sublight engines completely?
It might take some
That's an
time.
interesting point.
One of them says, but if you were to intentionally do it, you could fuse their manifolds, and they would definitely be grounded.
There are an awful lot of safeties on those systems. It's by no easy. Even what we're doing right now with ours, it's by no means was an easy task. If done incorrectly, who knows? You might even make it better.
Well, it's a difficult task to do correctly, but maybe if you just stick your hands in there and screw around, you stand a good chance of destroying the engines.
Yeah, and yourself along with it.
Is that in the base book, Bunko?
Yeah, 131.
Thank you.
Or some explosives would probably do the trick.
Yeah. They definitely say that if you were going in there anyway to overheat the engines, that would be more of the subtle approach, whereas some detonite would make more of a distraction and more of a permanent grounding.
Well, yeah, we're gonna need a big chaotic distraction to escape anyway, so we may as well use the explosives.
Any vital systems that we can destroy, be they engines, shields, perhaps we should leave it to whatever is the best target of opportunity that they can get the easiest access to. I'm going to kind of look over to Bunko and say that whatever we can do to mess them up as much as possible and then hit them with everything.
What condition do we need Verinar in? Can he be damaged a bit?
One of them smirks. Mandalore requires him for justice, but personally, we will not have more death on his hands. Justice can be served with his corpse if absolutely necessary. Although we would prefer to bring him back alive as part of our objective. We will bring him back in whatever condition we find him in. If someone else were to accidentally drop a grenade at his feet or something, we wouldn't shed a tear.
So if he comes back missing a limb or something, it's no big deal.
Again,
crosses
more of
arms.
another. You get the feeling these guys really, really, really hate traitors. Like, you would not want to be on their bad side.
I don't think they'd want him missing. Missing means the job might not be done.
He said
Right
missing a
across
limb.
his arms.
Oh, I thought I didn't get the limb part.
Right crosses his arms. It says, "We will take him back alive. We need to have a proper trial." And I'm going to kind of turn and say, that is unless he gets hit by a stray blaster. It could happen. And I'm going to be sincere about that, not even winking, and then I'm going to kind of look over to Bunko and say, well, I guess the question is, how do we get close enough to strike, and how do we get this one into the camp now to begin executing this sabotage?
I propose Bunko poses as a jungle nymph and lures Verinar out into the jungle, and then we take him.
The problem,
I
regardless,
think
is how to
the
get him to the planet. I think is
the slightly blue armored Mandalorian like almost chokes beneath his helmet. You hear like a kind of a choked back laugh.
But I feel like extracting the speeder is going to be the hardest part of the operation, because Putting our cruiser down right in the clearing is not going to be a good idea unless we can disable all their weapons, which seems like an unlikely proposition.
I mean, getting the speeder there in the first place could be difficult, unless there's like a river or something. You can just like coast over the river. I don't know. Repulsor lifts work over water, don't they?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any feature like that handy, but anything like that would like just driving a speeder through the jungle. I doubt that's gonna be an easy task.
So what was your alternative?
Like I don't know if there's like a river or something they can drive up to get it there. We could park some distance away and just drive over the river.
I think at this point the kind of subordinate Mandalorian speaks up for kind of one of the first times, and switches the hollow map to like an area of like rough jungle, and you don't really see anything in particular. But he says, Vendaxa is known for having quite a confluence of river formations. It would definitely be possible to use these as byways through the underbrush.
It does seem to me that would be the way to get the speeder there if you wanted to get it there without parking the ship nearby.
I'm having Apocalypse Now visions.
That could work. Drop the agent off, then we can return to the ship and get ready for the assault, provided the agent doesn't end up tipping our hand and causing us to go early. And I'm going to almost shoot what you can suspect might be a glare under the helmet in Bunko's direction, but you can't quite tell.
So are you planning like a full ship assault, and having Agent B get clear once she sabotages the place, or are you actually like hovering in and dropping people off under cover of guns? The Mandalorians are wanting to know.
I think we're trying to slip B in first and let her sabotage some things, and then we're going to come in with a full assault once she's signaled us the sabotage is ready, or if we hit an agreed upon time, depending if we're using timed explosives or what.
Well,
So
it's not only we also have to have communication, so I'm not going to be able to be on the planet and talk to you guys that are in orbit or anything. So I can go in, check out what's going on first, then do whatever sabotaging if needed, and then we can come in and sweep up or whatever the plan is. But it's best if I am getting the information, reconning the information first, so that we know what we're up against.
Short range
It's
comm to the
possible-
speeder. Speeder can long range comm to the ship, probably.
I don't think that speeders have orbital capability.
Yeah, they don't.
I
However,
think the other Mandalorian does say it might be possible to if our sensors were properly attuned, if you were to sabotage their sublights, it would cut out their transponder signals. They're likely not going to be running with active transponders, but that doesn't mean that they're not blasting a code anyway. It just might be blank. We would be able to tell if the signals went out. That could be an effective go code.
If that fails, I'm going to look over to B. I'm going to say, just get on the ship's closest comm system and transmit just a large squawk. We'll know what it means. Just don't even have to transmit anything. Just if we pick up a burst of transmission, we'll consider that the go code.
Okay.
A lot of this mission relies on you. Consider the
We
charges
wouldn't happen
dropped
to have
if you
any
succeed.
flares or anything like that. It would be good to have a manual alternative if such thing is required.
Flares, you guys wouldn't be able to pick up. remember the success of your orbital scans. Like, if you guys are waiting outside of sensor range, there's no way you're going to be able to see a flare.
Well, the ship's gonna have to be on the ground anyways, right? To drop off the speeder.
Well, you guys have been fairly vague about that. What ships are you bringing, and how are you using them? Like, you've said full assault, Victor, but what does that entail, actually?
Well, I assume that we would be dropping Bunko off, and then we would be waiting there to launch and go into an assault once Bunko is ready,
Mhm.
with our ship and the Mandalorian ship.
And
Is what
just
I was
basically strafe them.
Basically, go in and try and hit them while they're either their shields are messed up or their engines are messed up or whatever Bunko's managed to do to them. Hopefully, give us an advantage to just basically demand the surrender of the whole camp while blasting the hell out of it.
If you had a launchable flare, that might work. But the thing is, in order to stay out of their sensor range with your ship, especially a ship as big as the Far Ranger, you're going to have to be over the horizon. So you're not going to be able to see even a launched flare.
Righto.
So it seems like the transmission burst or the transponder's cutting out is probably the most effective means of signaling. You guys could try to get within 50 kilometers on the surface, but you would know that you would be definitely risking detection at that point, and you would be having to succeed on some serious stealth rolls.
The odds of that are not good.
So, what is the final plan shape up to be? And the Mandalorians wish to know how you precisely want them to help. They offer their services, the services of their ship, and somewhat limited access to their armory should it be required.
Braddock turns to everybody and says, "What I propose is that we manage to land some distance away to drop the speeder off, get Bunko to this meeting, or get B to this meeting, and have her begin the infiltration. And when we receive the signal, which will either be the comm squawk, the loss of transponder codes, or something of it we'll be looking out for, we'll keep our eyes open. We will initiate the full assault, hit the facility with both our Fire Ranger and the Mandalorian ship. If you could possibly spare a couple Mandalorians for gunners temporarily on the Fire Ranger. Once we've disabled their ships and driven them to surrender, we can drop an assault team consisting of the Mandalorians and the Sector Rangers and take the survivors prisoner and back for interrogation.
If we're going to demand their surrender, we're probably going to need to cripple any anti-ship weapon systems they might have. Otherwise, they can fight, and they have a lot more people and probably guns than we do.
If
Braddock
they're
nods.
left without ability to flee, however, the Mandalorian commander says they have very little in the way of options. They might be able to hold out, but it's them alone on a jungle planet.
No mobility, we might be able to certainly damage the ships enough that they might even be able to lack fighting capability before it's through. Leave them some smoking hulks. One way or another, I think we'd be able to bring down a number of criminals and probably still collect enough survivors to gather the intel that we were looking for. I'm sure they'll be willing to talk after we provide them with some shock and awe.
So is everybody on board with this plan? Does anybody have any suggested last-minute addendums? Sounds like the
Right,
momentum
that's
is
fair.
kind of in
My
his
only
favor.
note to this plan is, I assume you expect 2 of us to be gunners and me to be flying the ship. I don't think any of you have heavy weapons, do you?
Reddick shakes his, well, do I have any weapons? Let me see.
You don't get it by default. You have to take it.
Yeah, I don't have it then.
Because I don't think any of us actually have proficiency of the guns, which means we'll have like a -2 when rolling on them. Actual roll being -2, mind you.
So worst case scenario, all of the ships lift off and everything. So we need to be able to have our ships our ship not detectable to get blown out of the sky, so we're not stranded on this jungle planet forever.
Well, our ship by no means will be blown out of the sky immediately. The shield rating, provided they don't have like a turbo laser or something like that, is quite difficult to penetrate for a normal gun.
I do feel like we have one other option. That is, if B can slip in, take out their engines, and ideally also take out any long-range communication they have, we could just let them sit there while we call in backup.
Yeah, I think there's definitely like a pause there for a second.
That would be
Radix crosses his
ideal,
arms.
but I find it difficult to believe we will disable 3 engines. What we have, you could try, of course, but of the 3, the Botto is by far probably the least armed, I would say.
Radek crosses his arms and say, "Don't worry about getting the third ship. We might just let it launch and take care of it while it's separated from the others. That would help us even the odds even more." Kind of gets a small chuckle about that, actually. If it takes off first, we can just go after it, and then we can go after the other 2.
All right, where's the bombs?
He does turn to Bunko and say, "You're B," and say that he leans forwards and he just says that, "Do not forget, if you're captured, an honorable suicide is better than betraying the Sector Rangers." And he gives you a nod and leans back.
Don't worry, honey. I'll be back.
So what is the actual plan now in detail?
I don't think we're gonna have an actual plan. I think we just have to have plans in place in case certain things fall through the cracks. So first off is just getting me in ops range so that I can observe what's going on, and then we can go from there.
I think Jen was volunteering to drive the Arrow with get you close enough. Is that right, Jen? Kind of
Yep.
Do you want me to stay on the guns here, Jen, or do you want me to go with you to provide additional support until we get back?
Well, the plan is to go in hot with the cruiser and the pursuer, the Fire Ranger and the pursuer, I guess. It's probably better for you to stay on the ship.
Roddick nods and says, "If you need assistance, we'll be out here. We have to go in and fight this direct. We might stand some chance. Hopefully, we can avoid that." He turns and hollers to Rayla if she's seen the medical droid around, because we have a free gun turret potentially. Oh, are the Mandalorians able to offer us a couple gunners? I'm not sure, because I know they could operate theirs with one.
Yeah, Mandalorians technically have an ion turret aboard their ship, but it would probably be a waste of a manpower to have, one of their guys on there, especially if you have a plan of setting down and disgorging your guys down on there. Like, it would require both of your ships if you were to drop all of your gunners. The vast majority of the firepower of the Mandalorian ship can be brought to bear by the one pilot. So the other two Mandalorians are willing to gun
because-
from your ship.
When they mentioned they have a turret, there wouldn't be much use. I'm gonna totally volunteer our medical droid to fill in that gap for them. Well, for the operation.
I think you get like a really strange look, and then like one of the Mandalorians just steps aside and holds out his arm towards the airlock and says, "Be our guest. Just don't break anything."
I'll go over and inform the droid that it's on an authorized joint operations transfer, and they'll be filling in there. As
Yeah,
a
so
gunner.
Zeta 3 is like, "Oh, this is a most unexpected mission directive. Operating an ion cannon. Most ironic. I will report to my assigned duty station, Officer Concord."
Right. So
See
He
you soon.
he clanks his hand up against his forehead in like a salute, and then like starts clanking off towards the starboard airlock to report to the Mandalorian ship.
There's one last question I want to address the Mandalorians with, and that is, does their ship have a torpedo launcher, and is it loaded?
They do. They have a single proton torpedo launcher.
Well, when it comes time to attack the ships on the ground, might want to lead with that.
Yeah, they reply that their ship can do some damage, but we'll definitely have to work in tandem.
Roddick's gonna turn to Zed and say, "The Iotran's called that Mandalorian hello."
I think you get like a fairly firm chuckle from one of the Mandalorians and a nod. All right, so are there any last minute preparations you guys want to set into motion before the plan gets underway? Force help you all.
I'll be getting primed and prepped in a gun turret.
All right. Mandalorians bring over a small container of explosives for use of bunko. Let's see here.
And just throw it all in the speeder and whatever bunko can't carry. Leave it there.
Yeah,
and
there's
maybe you can
like
come back for more.
There's like a small container of detonite here. There's everything from timers to like remote detonators here. So you should be fairly good to go with those. And if you guys don't require anything else, I think we'll take a 5-minute break to give everybody a chance to kind of prepare themselves mentally and perhaps physically for the next segment.
right. Excuse me as I figure out what I can actually do as a pilot.
You need to put the montage music on then.
The montage music?
5 minutes of preparation. We'll get our whole operation ready to go.
Wait, is that 5 minutes in character or out of character?
Out of character.
Montage.
Okay.
Out of character, yeah.
So I will see everybody back in 5.
See you bye, folks.
Am I allowed to fight defensively as a pilot without actually firing any guns myself?
Fighting defensively kind of requires you are actually attacking, correct?
It makes you so you get a penalty on your attack or take no attack actions, and you add a bonus to reflex defense. The full version says it applies to you and your gunners, but the regular version only says you.
Full version would suffice then. So yeah, you can. It basically represents you like, God, I don't know. There's no shield facings in this, but theoretically it represents you like shifting your ship around to face your weakest shield facing away so it has time to recharge. Shit like that.
Do a barrel roll.
Yeah, stuff like that. Or moving like a particularly dense cluster of trees between you and the enemy. Alright, I'll be back in a second. I will warn everybody, this is going to be a very, very touch and go system here because where we're going to be incorporating starship combat into ground combat, and I don't think they normally mesh very well together to begin with, but we're just gonna roll with it.
Actually,
I'll be back.
Interesting.
at least by the rules, like the rules they use for starship combat and vehicle combat are exactly the same. They use the same rule system.
No, you mean the movement and the attack rolls and the damage rolls doesn't really translate to like, hey, look, that giant thing up there is a starship. How do we deal with that sort of thing? Like, there's just a lot of factors here that they don't actually talk about.
Probably true. So I've discovered that fight defensively would be a horrible option because it would give everybody on the ship a further -5 to attack.
All right, well, I'll be back.
Just for reference, everyone who's still there, I don't know what your base attack bonuses are, but you're effectively rolling your base attack bonus -1 when firing the Far Ranger's guns. And I'll be back in a minute.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Oh, I'm fucking pissed at Amazon right now.
What'd they do?
Alright. I ordered replacement controller for my PSP, right? The picture they show is the new model of the 2000-3000 series controller. What they sent me was the original PSP 1000 model controller from 2004.
What is it listed
Okay.
as?
It's listed as not compatible with 1000. Here, I'll show you a picture. This is what I ordered, right? What they sent me picture of it, is this one.
Oh, see,
There is
yeah,
a
'cause
notable difference.
It's sold by another company and fulfilled by Amazon.
Yes,
that's why.
and I've already sent it back once, and they sent me the exact same item again for the replacement. I told you, this
Wow.
is not the right item.
Fortunately, Amazon usually will at least get you back for when the company
What's
dicks
really
up like
funny
that.
is it's only a
They're pretty good about
$5
that.
item. This will be $40 in shipping that they've wasted because they're sending me the wrong thing. Because they pay for the return as well.
Yeah, Amazon's basically paying for some company dicking up at this point. That's that company's probably gonna get blacklisted pretty quick.
You see, there is a
User
noticeable
joined your
difference.
channel.
Mainly, it has a different number of prongs on the controller, so the old one is not compatible with the new one.
Yeah,
So-
it's kind of a big deal.
Is everybody back yet?
Yep, I'm back.
Yep.
Still waiting on Bunko and Cloud.
I'm here.
Cloud?
He's AFK at this exact moment.
Okay.
The packaging
Considering
even
he's the
looks
pilot,
different.
we have to wait for him. Hey there, Recluse.
Hello.
Oh no!
5-minute break.
A Jedi snake mage appears.
Six
Recluse's
snake
new
mage, more
character.
likely.
To be honest, I'm more interested in the remote control portion than the headphone portion, but I plug another set of headphones into it. But I usually throw the headphones away.
Is McLeod's back? I guess we're ready to roll. Yeah, I really like Recluse's new character in Dungeon World. I can't wait to get a chance to actually get to play with him a little more now that he's been introduced. Should be fun.
ETA on your twin?
Unknown.
Is
Actually,
when-
I hear him opening the door, so
Okay, good.
probably soon.
Yeah, I think we heard him open the door too, or shut the door.
Alright, where do I contact Amazon to talk about it? Talk to an actual person instead of going through their return system.
Hang on, I'll give you a link, but don't I'll interrupt. I'll PM
I'm
you.
looking. I'm looking. N41 is not doing a whole lot right now, anyway.
So, I think there's like a last exchange of words between the Mandalorians at the airlock. One of them like turns to the other two who are boarding your ship and says, "Good luck, Vodon. Honor be with you. Die gloriously." And they kind of like nod at each other, and he seals the airlock. You see Zeta 3 kind of look nervously at you all from the other side of the airlock as he's sealed within the Mandalorian ship, and he presumably makes his way to his assigned gun turret. A moment later, the airlock kind of clanks, sealed, and there's like another series of ka-chunks as the pursuer detaches from the from your vessel. And as it does, curiously, their IFF, their transponder code actually changes. I believe before they were registered as the Red Vengeance, and now like an independent vessel, and now it registers as the Jai Galar, registered to their home port of Mandalore. It looks like the Mandalorians are kind of declaring their business here. And you guys set off. I'm gonna need, I guess, a computer's roll to plot your course once again around the moon and to the reverse side of the planet. Fortunately, it's been a few hours, and your target, I guess the landing site is now on the sufficiently far enough away to where you're probably going to be shielded from the Syndicate. So the approach is probably going to be significantly easier than it was before. They kind of had partial view of the moon before. So who's doing the primary route calculation here?
Or flying the ship in?
Yeah, and remember, we're going to get a route calculation. We're going to get a stealth roll. And stealth roll is going to be active the entire time. So you're probably going to want to divide these up.
The route calculation
Although you can't assist.
Is being what? Use computer? Like a navigation check? Or...
Yeah, it's going to be navigation. It's basically just to plot the most efficient course there that's going to keep you, hopefully on target, out of their sensor range. But a lot of that's going to fall to the stealth roll. Like, this is sort of a combined roll here.
Well,
Combined series of
With
checks.
the Far Ranger, I have an effective stealth of +2.
I could probably assist you.
So who is doing what?
If you're going to be running the use computer check, Foster, Emily, you can assist me.
Okay. I'll run the use computer check then.
All right. So, Rayla, give me a use computer to assist Signal in figuring out the route. Remember, I said co-pilot and pilot can basically assist each other on these checks in most situations. That's a successful assist. So, Signal, you get a +2 to your roll. Now, I do need to ask, did you get Signal set up with the Far Ranger?
What do you mean?
Because he is using the Far Ranger for this, correct? You have to go through the Far Ranger systems?
The use computer check doesn't have a modification unless you tick the box that doesn't start text. I don't know why there's a box for include vehicles int for use computer. That implies to me it's not a stock thing. I don't know what the difference
Okay.
is.
All right. 20. All right. So yeah, you plot a fairly acceptable course. Now let's
You
get
want?
a stealth.
I'll add mine in to the use computers for the systems real quick.
What were you saying?
It would just be there's no modifier if you're using use computer. It's just straight up use computer check.
Yeah. But stealth uses pilot, right?
Yes, stealth uses pilot.
So yeah, if you wish to assist Rayla with the stealth check, go ahead.
Well, stealth can use pilot, doesn't have to.
This one, I'd say this one you're probably going to be, before you roll it, piloting. There's going to be 2 stealth checks here. The first is getting to the planet. That is definitely going to be more of a systems stealth check, keeping your emissions dampened, because you're going to still technically be out in open space. The piloting stealth check is going to come from flying really low to the canopy once you're actually, on the planet.
Well, if it's going to be 2 separate checks, Foster's use computer is better than mine.
Well, stealth is not a use computer. This is going to be, I think, mechanics. I think that's what we determined is used to keep to modify ship systems, is it not?
To modify ship systems, yes. I don't think it's normally used with stealth checks, but to modify ship systems and change things, yes.
Well, let's just say this. Normally, you guys don't have an opportunity to roll stealth checks in starships quite like this. So, who is the primary person doing the modification to the ship systems?
Signal almost definitely has a
Yeah.
better mechanics than I do.
Okay. All right. So, Rayla, let's get an assist roll from you. Okay, no assist.
I think a 10 is an assist, just barely.
Is it? Does it have to beat a 10, or does it have to match a 10?
I think it's a 10 or better.
Okay. Oh, well, that's weighted considerably in your favor then.
Yeah, it's
nice
pretty
work.
easy to assist someone.
All right, well, +2 on your roll then, Signal.
Of mechanics.
Yep. Ooh, that's a good roll. All right. Make a couple rolls here for the Mandalorians. Okay. All right. So, the two ships set out, moving out from the shadow of the moon and heading towards Vendaxa. You're not moving at maximum speed. You're throttling the engines back considerably. Your emissions are fairly dampened, but even though you know where each other are, like your planned trajectory, you're only getting vague winks of each other's signals. You have a good idea that you're going to be very hard to detect on this approach. I'm going to make another series of rolls.
Oh.
I didn't know the ship had sheep.
I was wondering you meant for a second.
Far Ranger is now the
There.
Far Shepherd. We gathered the flock.
I plugged my stats into the relative slot on the ship sheet,
Okay.
so...
Excellent. All right. Where is that handout?
What are sheep? Are sheep technically a herd? Is that correct?
Block.
Is it a flock of sheep? That doesn't seem
Yeah.
right.
I think so.
So it takes double the amount of time it took you guys the first time to get to Vendaxa. To successfully mask the Far Ranger, being much bigger and considerably less nimble than the N1. It takes like a full half an hour to travel from the moon to the planet itself. But you get there, and no ships are seen scurrying away and blasting off into hyperspace. And you're reasonably sure that you have not been detected. If you have, for some reason they're not blasting away. You enter a trajectory into the dark side of the planet, and you definitely see a whole lot of green as you begin to actually enter the Vendaxan atmosphere for the first time. Below you sweeps out a massive, lush jungle planet. If any of you have ever been to a wild planet, this is considerably even more wild. There are large rivers, very large oceans, seas here, but just actually immense jungles and mountain ranges. This whole planet seems to be very untamed. You break down through the atmosphere, the ship rattling beneath you. Far Ranger is not the most graceful of ships. One might say it's something akin to a flying tub. But you break through the atmosphere nonetheless, and the flight begins to even out once you actually get through the clouds and down into the kind of the valleys of the planet proper. The Mandalorian craft keeps very close formation with you the entire time, looking surprisingly agile for such a very odd craft. Whoever their pilot is seems to be fairly skilled. He's holding it very, very steady. At this point, you are quite a distance from your target area, but at the same time, you're very certain that you're not going to be detected. So you can approach to a distance to set down and drop your Arrow 23 speeder and let Bunko off. But the distance is going to determine two things: your chance of detection and your travel time in the speeder. On a planetary scale, once you're in the atmosphere, the distance in terms of actually flying there, in regards to the tactical plan, is going to be minimal. 50, 60 kilometers more, 100 kilometers more, not going to make the difference of even a minute or two. So for tactical purposes, if you are worrying about, like, the farther away we park, the longer it's going to take to get to our, get to the landing site, to begin the assault. It technically will, but it's literally going to be measured in the amount of like 1 to 3 minutes, probably. How far would you guys like to set down? 50 kilometers through the jungle would be within communication range. It would also certainly be within detection range. You would have to be very careful. It would probably take a couple hours, unless you are fortunate enough to find a river. And at that point, it still might take an hour or so as far as the speeder travels.
I'd say we look for a river and try to set down about an hour off. What do you guys think?
I think staying undetected should kind of take priority here.
Yeah. As terms of safe detection distance, it depends. If you actually manage to find a river that leads from your set down point to your target point, which, if you think about it, could be very unlikely. Like, just think about point A to point B, there just happens to be a river. There might be, but not guaranteed by any means. You could expect that the travel time could take anywhere between 2 and 3 hours, even by speeder. Could be like 4 to 5 if the jungle gets in the way. So you're gonna have to kind of call a careful balance here, where it comes to stealth and safety of approach and travel time and what you're willing to do. What does everybody think? Like, you guys are successfully put into the atmosphere, you're going in on a low cruise speed, and you're looking tentatively ahead on your ground scan sensors for a place to sit down somewhere in the next, couple 100 kilometers.
We try to find a river and park about 3 hours off, maybe? We're gonna kind of transmit up and see what Rayla and Signal think about that, Jen.
I will let you know as soon as I figure out how fast the Far Ranger actually moves. That's one of the things that's not on its character sheet, most likely.
It should be.
Remember what book the Far Ranger was in?
Force Unleashed.
Starship scale is set at 3. That sounds pretty slow.
I put kilometers per hour in there. Unless you
Where?
removed it.
The starship scale 3, speed 3, velocity 0.
Somebody removed it. Oh, look.
I got it. You can just go ahead with what they're talking about.
So, what's everybody thinking? The speed, by the way, for your Guardian is equivalent to... Oh, I had it in kilometers per hour. Where did I find that?
In the stat box, it'll say speed on. It'll list the starship speed and then the ground speed.
It doesn't have it in here. I know I found it somewhere. Oh well. I'm gonna rule that it's going to take you a couple minutes. So, everybody?
Well, ideally, we need to decide how long is acceptable for us to get there if Bunko is detected. B is detected. Excuse me.
Well, my
A few extra minutes won't make much difference one way or the other. We're talking minutes.
My communicator can go 50k, but if we're relying on me to take out the transponders or a squawk or something like that, then we don't have to get that close. It's just
Well, the talk right now is landing outside of your communication range. If they're landing inside of your communication range, they would probably be within 1 minute of backup. Outside of your communication range, it's between 2 and 3 plus. And you would have to signal them via other means.
I was gonna just say to stall for time, and we'll be there in a couple minutes. I think we should park about 3 minutes off, as far as that goes. Safe distance, basically, like right on the kind of the midpoint between safe and minimum. What's everybody else think?
I'm gonna defer to the pilot's judgment on this one.
so am I.
Speed seems to vary, but it seems to be roughly, depending on the ship you're looking at, it's roughly 1/4. So fly 3 squares in Starship is 12 squares on the ground, approximately 850 kilometers an hour at max.
I've already ruled on the speed.
I want to ideally put it, I would say no more than 30 minutes away by air, however different that is.
No, we're not talking 30 minutes by air. 30 minutes by air, that would be the distance from the planet to the moon. We're talking 3 minutes.
Okay.
This is what happens when you're not listening and you're worried about this stuff, but you're not listening to what I'm saying.
We're debating
Orbit,
how far to
orbit,
take. I'm saying
if I can
surface
put
to
down
orbit is
outside of-
1 to 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, if we can put together outside of detection range, but be within 1 to 5 minutes by air, that's fine by me.
take the speeder a few hours to get in. It'll be a little longer for that, but
Yeah,
I think that's
it's
acceptable.
somewhat comical because what will take Bunko 3 hours will take you guys roughly 2 minutes, maybe 3.
He's got to make a round trip, so. I'll remind
Well,
Bunko to try
we're not talking round trip either.
I'm definitely gonna remind Bunko to try to not tip our hand for at least enough time for Jin to get back.
Well, that seems to be that seems to be a hole in your plan that the Mandalorians bring up. Perhaps Bunko should just take the speeder alone if you're relying on the speeder getting back, because that would be 3 hours that Bunko would have to be undetected. I'm gonna AFK for a second and let you talk about that.
Wait, why do we need to bring the speeder back without Bunko?
I thought we were taking the speeder there, and then I was gonna sneak around while you were basically manning the
Yeah,
speeder.
that's what I thought.
And then they were gonna eventually pick us up in a ship one way or
Oh!
another.
I thought you were coming back to man a gun, Jin. That was a misunderstanding.
No.
Choice? Yeah, that's fine. You want to go with Bunko and
Even to be fair, we have 4 guns, but only 2 of them actually face down. The other 2 are mounted to the top of the craft.
The
So we can
top
still make it
forward, the top 4, which is technically like angled, you will be able to get some shots with that. You'll have to angle the ship down. It will require a piloting check.
Right,
They will be
so
of some
if
limited
we were
use.
stationary, we could not, but if we were making like the attack run action, we probably could.
I'll just
Fine,
say
that's
they
fine,
would
Jin.
be of some limited use.
I might
In any
bring you up to
case-
signal and see if he can operate the ship systems from a turret, or if he's not capable of that.
I think it might be more useful to keep the speeder there in case Bunko needs to disappear into the jungle.
So it sounds like Jin is going to go with Bunko and actually stay on site as kind of, I guess,
Sounds
a quick
wise.
getaway option.
Does seem to be the case.
So where are we letting down the ship?
Is it going to be 3 hours / 2 to 3 minutes?
Yes, I
Yep,
think
that
that is
sounds good.
the wisest course of action.
Okay, yeah, you have a very, very reasonable chance that you will not be detected. Still not impossible, but any closer than that, the chances start jumping up pretty substantially. Okay. So, I'm gonna need one last roll here from Rayla, and just from Rayla. I guess Signal, you could probably assist by calculating like wind drift patterns and stuff. This is going to be a stealth piloting check, literally to see how well you can follow the tree line in a starship, and hug the tree line as close as possible. And I'll rule that Signal, you can make this check. You can assist using computers just to, I guess, kind of keep a scan over the terrain she's going to have to fly over in advance, and
Your choice.
over
I
the
can make.
weather and
I
stuff
can.
like
I have
that.
piloting too, so I could reroll. I could roll either. My computers is much higher than my piloting.
It doesn't make sense in this case for you to assist with piloting. I don't think, because
Okay.
I don't think you would actually be helping to pilot. So I'm gonna break rules here, but because it makes sense. So +2 on your stealth check, I think. Like stealth inherently uses pilot, doesn't it? Like
normally,
how does
I
it
think it's
differentiate?
stealth. There, in one of the extra books, there's a function of pilot that can be used for stealth. The sheet itself auto-calculates stealth based on piloting off of that, I think.
Okay, use that then. Okay. All right. Rolls. Here we go.
We hit a tree.
No. That would be really funny. If that first roll was the Mandalorian roll, it might have been a you hit a tree roll. So the ride goes smoothly. You take it kind of slow. You wobble a little bit, but fortunately, over the next 5 to 10 minutes, you're able to kind of navigate the circumference of the planet and set out roughly 3 hours by speeder away from where you've determined the Hurekdar are located. You find I think there's kind of a marshy sort of area near a river. The river will not take you all the way to the encampment, but it will take you the vast majority of the river, or the vast majority of the way. The ground here is stable enough. There's like basically kind of a field here next to the marsh that you can kind of set down next to, and there's enough space for both the Far Ranger and the Mandalorian ship. So you set down, and you guys have officially touched down on Vendaxa. Proceed.
Well, I guess I'm gonna fire up the speeder and start heading out.
I'm gonna hop in a gun turret, probably check in with the Mandalorian gunner that we have, and radio up the signal and ask him if he's gonna be manning one of the guns or if he's gonna be somewhere else in the ship.
And it says, like, my programming restricts me from shooting lethal weapons, probably shield controls or co-piloting.
I think that Roddick is going to nod for a second and say that we'll need to do something about your programming.
Roddick. It's almost like you're spreading a dangerous idea, which would be ironic if this was yesterday. Right, so the door opens, and yeah, outside, the jungle planet of Vendaxa. The Aero 23, Bunko and Chen inside kind of slides down the ramp and down into the marshy waters, and quickly makes its way into the river and disappears into the jungle after just a minute, and they're gone. You guys will be in contact for probably like 45 minutes. Let me check something here. Now, the top speed on the Arrow is very high. It is actually 400 kilometers per hour, but there is no way you will be able to pilot a lot of the rivers anywhere close to that speed. There will be a lot of it that you can crank up the velocity pretty fast too. But I'm bringing this up just in case you need speed. But unfortunately, the nature of this planet kind of negates a lot of that. Time of day here, I'd say it's probably about 10 or 11ish. You would estimate early day.
All right.
Glad you have piloting, Jun. Might actually need it.
So, what's the ride like between Jen and Bunko?
I think quiet unless he's gonna talk to me, but I'm just gonna be basically watching the shorelines and stuff.
Yep, I'm just gonna be focused on the job at hand.
So a very quiet, tense ride.
I guess I should just turn on the radio on the way.
I think
I don't think
Rayla's gonna see if so we got a couple hours. Do either of you play cards?
The Mandalorians look to you, and one of them like breaks out a Pazak deck.
It's probably running the test firing sequences on his laser cannon.
For
Making
3
sure the
hours.
Making sure it is an absolute optimal efficiency.
Man, Roddick is hardcore. And maybe a little bit disturbed.
Braddock's pulling a Garrus to carry in there and just doing calibrations.
Yep, calibrations.
Yep. I would like to, when it comes down to that time, if it comes up, I would like to remind all gunners that if they don't have either Base Hound, Heavy Weapons Proficiency, or one of those, you effectively are rolling your base attack -1 to shoot the guns.
Thank you for the heads up. You'll probably need to remind all of us once we get back to there, since you're kind of our technical expert when it comes to things space.
That might be different for the Mandalorian ship, depending on its intelligence modifier.
So, is there anything else kind of going on during this 3-hour period? Like Rayla's playing cards with the blue armored Mandalorian, the leader Jitan. By the way, the blue armored one is eventually introduced to you as Torin.
It's nice to meet you, Torin. I'm Rayla.
Yeah, you get the feeling he's kind of the youngest of the bunch, but he seems fairly amicable. He eventually kind of doffs his helmet. He's kind of a younger human in his 20s with kind of a scraggy look to him with short blonde hair. And yeah, he's certainly willing to play cards with you. The green armored Mandalorian doesn't ever really take off his helmet. He seems to just kind of walk around the ship. He spends a lot of time heading up to where Signal is, up in the I assume monitoring the sensors, and he just kind of asks for kind of constant sensor updates.
Roddick might come up and see Signal and
I was just gonna go, would you like to play a game?
The Mandalorian, this guy just kind of looks at you, and you get like a really long Boba Fett kind of stare, and he just says,
There's a selection of games appearing.
"No, thank you."
Take those away. The holographic display shuts off.
I think
Oh,
gonna come up there and
sensors.
he's gonna kind of come over to Signal and lean down and say, "Look, I know you said you can't fire the weapons. I'm wondering if you have any way you might be able to patch them in some sort of fixed firing position and get the controls over to Rayla. I don't like having 2 guns just sitting dormant when we're going on an up like this. Not sure if that's in your capability."
You see, like, blah blah series laser cannon is designed for turn control. Would impart massive negative onto it.
He says even if we could just make it fire blindly in front of us, at least that might fool them into thinking we have 4 gunners. It could help somewhat. Not sure if it's something that's in your capability, Signal.
DM.
I have to be really careful about this, because the rules specifically state the turrets have to be manned. You can jury-rig something, but it will be utterly unreliable, and you will not make an attack roll. It will be entirely determined by me.
Right across his arms it says that something's better than nothing, even if it just maybe scare the crap out of a launching ship or something along those lines. I'm just gonna kind of shrug and say, if it's something you think you can do, Signal, hook it up and let Rayla know. I'm gonna head back down to the turret that I can count on, and I'm gonna kind of give you almost a salute that's like almost a half sideways thumbs up, and then I'll walk out.
So, as Chen and Bunko are traversing the planet's waterways, you are treated to quite a lot of sights here. see quite a lot of wildlife. You're like going through some of the more dense canopy where it's fairly dark, and you see these like meter-long, leathery shelled creatures. They're kind of like brownish in coloring, scurry away, and like kind of duck beneath the roots of the trees and like into the murk, as the fairly noticeable roar of the speeder approaches. You also see these weird bird-like things with again leathery wings. They look kind of reminiscent of Minox, but instead of having those mouth suckers, they've got like a pair of kind of mandible-like fangs. You don't really know what they are. At several times you see things swimming through the water, and it is fortunate that you were able to go very quickly, because you get the feeling that like some of the creatures on this planet are fairly large.
Not the planet to go boating in, then.
At one point, you see something moving right on the edge of the water through the trees. You only get a glimpse of it. You thought it was actually a tree moving. It seemed to be some sort of multi-legged thing that was considerably taller than your speeder. Kind of green looking. You didn't get a good look at it at all, but you definitely did not want to tangle that. You also see like some small groups of these weird frog-like things which dart towards the speeder with these large fanged mouths, but again, like it's really, really pointless because you're moving way too fast for them. You just get the feeling that this is a very harsh planet, and if you were not in an armored speeder going, somewhere over 100 kph in a lot of areas, you would have a hard time here. Eventually, however, after approximately 2 hours and like 45 minutes, you cut the engine to a kind of a crawl. You're within kind of striking distance of where your map that you kind of brought, your scans from your ship are telling you where the encampment is. Fortunately, didn't get lost along the way or anything. And it's up to you to decide how you want to proceed from here. The river has definitely kind of deposited you here. There is nothing but jungle from this point forward. It looks like you might be able to get the speeder through. Like, the speeder is wedge-shaped. You could probably plow through quite a lot of it. It's going to be slower going. You're within probably like 5-10 kilometers. It's up to you how close you want to get and how you want to do this.
Well, I don't think I want to make B walk 5 or 10 kilometers, so not through this jungle anyway.
Alright, probably a smart call.
But I think I also kind of want to stay out of, visual distance of the place, which should be pretty short.
Yeah,
because of all the dense jungle.
Yeah, at least you have that going for you. The jungle is really being a bitch here, but at least they're probably not going to know you're there until you're right on them. How close do you intend to get? Like, literally within visual distance? Or do you want to drop him, like, further than that? Like, just outside of visual distance? Or do you want to, like, pick, like, 2 kilometers or something and have him hike the rest of the way? Or What do you want to do?
think, Clay? How close do you want me to get?
My survival skill is null, so closer the better. But we don't want to get detected either.
What do you reckon is like the like how far can you like see into the jungle? Do you think?
No more than in the most sparse of jungles. 50, 60 meters, maybe 100 meters if they're really fortunate. The thing you probably have to worry about, you can't really tell how loud your speeder is from the inside.
Yeah.
You know that, repulsor lift vehicles are inherently fairly quiet as long as you're going fairly slow. But if you're going through the underbrush, you're probably going to be making some noise. So there's going to be a little bit of a trade-off. The closer you get, the more likely that they're not going to see you, but you still might give yourself away. But you still probably can get fairly close. It's just up to you how much you're willing to risk it.
Well, how does like 500 meters sound?
Sure, you're the pilot.
All right.
Let's get plowing, I guess.
So Chen, your first roll of the evening is going to
boy.
be a piloting check.
How can I assist with any?
Since we're still new at the game, I'm feeling generous with telling you how you might be able to assist. In the future, it's going to be up to you guys to tell me how your reasoning for how you can assist. But
Watch my mirrors.
I will say that you can pop up out of the top turret and spot for him for ways to get through the jungle. I'll let you roll just a perception check.
Nope.
Unfortunately, one shy. So I think you're piloting through the woods, and Bunko's out the top of the turret, and you just hear thump, 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 and occasionally Bunko cursing, and Bunko, you're just getting a mouthful of leaves and the occasional branch to the head, and you're forced to just go back inside. You can't do any good out there. So give me a piloting check, Chen. All right. So, you're having a difficult time navigating the jungle here. It is considerably harder to drive your speeder here through the jungle than it was around the waterway. You're having to kind of squeak through trees. You occasionally kind of barrel down a small bush or something. You go over a ravine that you didn't see, a small ravine, but a ravine nonetheless. You hit the occasional rock. There's a You're not within your 500 meter radius. I think you're probably still a kilometer out. Do you want to keep going any further than this? And I'm going to have you start making stealth checks. You realize you've been making some noise, but you're probably not making enough to really be noticeable at this distance.
Well, I don't think I can keep this thing too quiet the way this driving has been. So, B, what do you think? Think you can make it a kilometer?
Sure.
All right.
Well, I guess we're gonna drop B off, and then I want to kind of turn this thing around the way we came and get ready to make a quick exit if need be.
Say that again?
After I drop B off, I just want to like turn the craft around like where it is, kind of, and get it ready so that I can
yeah,
leave
smart.
immediately if I need to.
Smart. Okay, so it's probably gonna take you. Well, I'm not gonna tell you that, but you pop the canopy or the the side hatch of the vehicle, and the the humidity of the jungle kind of flushes in. It's very hot on this planet. The interior windows kind of fog up a little bit. There is nothing but daunting greenery outside and the jungle life. B, do you have all your necessary equipment?
Yep.
Do you have room for your debt charges?
I can hold roughly 30 more pounds.
Okay, all right. We're gonna just kind of hand wave that and say you've got as many pounds of explosives there. I guess not as many pounds as you're keen on carrying. Let me look up just how much these weigh. 0.1 kg. They probably would have handed you like maybe a box with 8 units of detonite. Would you take all of them?
Sure.
All right, so less than a kg, less than a kilogram. So no sweat. You just got like an extra little satchel with your detonators and your timers and whatnot. And yeah, you maybe like you tell us what you look like in this situation. You still in Twi'lek form? Like, how are you geared out?
I just look like a human right now, just with some kind of camouflage to mask
Cool.
the terrain and stuff.
And you've got you have a rifle? Is that it?
I do have a rifle. I also have a pistol.
Nice. All right. So like maybe you step out with your rifle unslung and you kind of look to the jungle. You spare one last look to Chen. Maybe you check your comm frequency a little bit. Fortunately, you'll be well within comm range of your ride, at least if things go sour. You close the hatch and set off in the direction of the camp. So.
So I'm gonna be just making my way, but once I get close to the camp, I'm going to start moving more silently.
Yeah, of course. You don't want to be like crawling on your hands and knees in sneak mode the entire way, but you definitely don't want to just walk up to the camp either. Yeah, of course. One second. I am trying to determine what the appropriate skill for something might be. Alright, I'm going to ask the group. Ultimately, I'll make the decision, but what does everybody think the appropriate check for navigating the jungle would be?
Survival.
With or
Yeah,
without a map of the planet.
a lot.
If it was like an aerial scan or something, you might be able to get away if you use computers, but without a map, it would probably be survival.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess the second part from survival is probably... Yeah, no direction.
I would say either survival or endurance.
endurance is more for like if you're like running long distances or over amount
Or-
of time, or being like
or
overly
trekking
stressed the entire time.
over like half a planet or some shit.
Yeah, okay.
It could
Alright,
also be
so-
perception for landmarks and details.
Well, survival is rolled with wisdom.
Yep.
Um,
Just saying.
all right, give me a survival check. I'm gonna give you a +2 because you have a vague map of the area, and you have a vague heading, that you know where you're supposed to go. You don't have any like electronic equipment for this, right? Like no nav finding gear or anything like that.
I have my comm system.
Okay. So yeah, give me a survival with a +2, I'll say.
Yes. I have 0 skill on that right now.
That's a damn good roll.
That's
Holy crap.
not actually that bad.
That's with your +2.
Yeah, that's not that bad. Not bad at all. Hopefully Vendaxa is a little forgiving here. Alright, so you definitely do not get lost. Congratulations. You also don't take like a whole lot of extra time. You start to notice signs, at least, of what you think of what is probably the camp when you see that there is basically a hole in the canopy a considerable distance ahead of you. If you were standing on a normal planet somewhere, you might think it might be a lake because there, no trees there. But you're absolutely positive this is where the ships have touched down. You can't see anything yet, but this is definitely the point where you think maybe you want to enter stealth mode. You can't really see anything yet, but I think you hear just the faintest something of activity. So yeah, you crouch down and you're kind of looking around. Let me have a stealth check from you, please, sir.
I have a question about
Sure.
shapeshifters.
Yeah, shapeshifting is
Can be
interesting.
like shift her skin around to be like just so like her whole body is just like a jungle pattern camouflage basically.
I don't think you can do textures. I think he can only transform himself into other bipedal organisms, unfortunately. Is that right? There might be like a feat somewhere that lets you do a camouflage texture.
I think there's feats for it, and I'm pretty sure there's a talent in Scout that does that. I don't think it's normally for shapeshifters, but I think there's something that has that function.
I think that was in the other edition.
So Bunko's not like
Well,
chameleon.
I rolled a 1.
Okay. I'm gonna make an important series of rolls. Now tiebreaker rolls. Okay. All right, Bunko. I think you're still well out of distance from wow, this is gonna be interesting. Well out of distance from the camp. Like you can hear, I think, something in the distance. And you just get the feeling that there are people nearby. Like on a barren planet, you can just sense people kind of close by. At your current speed, kind of crouched through the underbrush and taking your time, you think you're probably like maybe 5 minutes away from getting a kind of a view on the place. If you're actually making normal time through it, it would be considerably less. Can you please roll perception.
I can reroll that.
I highly advise you do.
Like that.
Okay.
Why did my note not show? Oh, I put it on the wrong thing.
That could be.
You hear something else in the underbrush. You've heard things moving around in the jungle. It's not like you've just been moving through here quiet. But, like, there's a moment where you just pause for a second. Because you hear something moving within 20 meters of you. And not like the size of a toad or something jumping through the grass. What do you do?
Does it sound humanoid or?
You don't. All it sounds like is some bushes moving under the weight of some mass that is somewhat akin to your own. Not necessarily your size, not necessarily bigger, not necessarily smaller. You don't hear the clanking of armor plates. You don't hear somebody talking on their radio. You simply hear a bush move rather fervently, I guess, just once, within like your immediate vicinity.
All right, I'm gonna hold my ground.
Okay.
And try to hide in something nearby.
All right, so there's quite a lot of jungle here. Tell me how you're going to hide. Like, you're going to try to, like, get down on your belly and crawl into, like, a bush or something?
I'm gonna turn myself into an Ewok and find a bush. Yes.
So you're turning yourself into an Ewok and crawling into a bush?
Yep.
Okay. Make sure your carrying capacity is fit for the carrying capacity of an Ewok. If it is not, I'm trusting you to let me know. I do know for a fact that there will probably be an issue with your blaster rifle. You can still hold it, but using it's another matter. So you take a moment to shift down into this tiny, chubby, Care Bear-like Ewok. Like you kind of like sniff around for a second, and then you like kind of slink down into the shadows. Go ahead and make a stealth check. That's a good check.
I get a +4 by being an Ewok, or small character.
Now, a 20 is a crit, which is normally a guaranteed success. It's only a guaranteed success, however, on things that are possible. I'm going to ask you to make a roll here. Can you please roll 1d8? Can you please roll another 1d8? That was not good. So you dive, I guess, into a bush, and you like hunch down onto your knees, and you crawl into here, and you're like looking around, like with your little Ewok eyes fervently staring out of the bush. You're absolutely sure that there's some sort of predator here. You don't know what. And you're staring out, and you hear movement directly next to you in the bush, like literally next to the bush you are in. And I think you hear like a low growl. What do you do?
How far can a blaster be heard?
Definitely by the distance of the camp, for sure. Like I described you being like 5 minutes by sneak crawl, so certainly by this distance. All right, so the Ewok
All right.
freezes in the bush, unless you have an action.
I can't see this thing just because of the foliage.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to get my what's this gun called? My ascension gun, and I'm going to get ready to fire my ascension rope right at the target.
Okay. So you hear a low growl, and you ready your ascension gun. The Ewok pulls out this blaster pistol. For information, this is the blaster pistol that the Naboo forces used in Episode 1 to like blast out the windows, and they pointed up at the roof and fired a little grappling launcher out. So it has like an integrated grappling launcher at the bottom. So you pull out this huge pistol, like two-handed, and you like take up a firing stance, and you're like kind of shakily aiming it towards the next bush, and you hear like another kind of low growl as you do this.
User disconnected from your channel.
Do you wait to fire to see it? What do you do?
Yep.
How long do you wait?
Half minute, and if I haven't heard anything, wait for another half minute.
So you wait like half a minute, and there's movement from the bush, and you see a squat, four-legged figure, I'm going to reveal it in a second, emerge from the bush, sniffing furiously, with eyes on kind of two stalky, like tendril stalks. Where's my reveal button? It's let me check. I think it's roughly Ewok in size. I want to triple check though. Actually, no. It's a little bit bigger than you are. So it like emerges from the brush, and it starts sniffing about. And it's sniffing most definitely in your direction, like just at your bush. You have the distinct sense that it smells you in the area, because your stealth check doesn't exactly hide your smell, but like you, with your nat 20, you just somehow kind of disappeared into that bush. So like its senses are sort of confused at this point. And it's literally like 3 feet away from you, kind of slowly walk, like, I guess, towing in your direction. And it's partially emerged from this bush to the next, like to the, right next to you. Do you take any actions?
I'm going to wait and see.
Can I ask you to roll another stealth check? Very good. So he seems to sniff about, and he starts to wander into your bush anyway. Takes like 1 foot forward and then another. Like you see his nose literally start to like tip up against the leaves of your bush. He is literally away now. Your little shivering evil breath.
That's it.
Testing.
You can hear a little bit of broken.
User in your channel timed out.
Oh, it sounds like he's...
User disconnected from your channel. User disconnected from your channel.
Testing.
User entered your channel.
I think he said he was going to reboot it, but it hasn't been done yet.
User in your channel timed out. Disconnected. Connected. User entered your channel. User entered your channel.
Hello.
Hey everybody. It's nice of you to have this backup here. It's certainly helped us out several times.
User entered your channel.
Hello, everybody.
Hello indeed.
Looks like we're only missing Bunko.
Yeah, appreciate this backup server, man. It certainly bailed us out of things on multiple occasions. Yeah, I think they might have gotten DDoSed or something, Jace. That was really abrupt. It's like packet loss across the board.
It's happened before. They've gotten DDoSed in the past.
If you run any services related to gaming, you know it's going to happen sooner or later. Somebody will get mad at some clan that happens to be on their service, and the whole service gets DDoS because of it.
Seems Bunker
User
has
entered
been
your channel.
Hello, Bunker.
There he is.
Somebody didn't copy the IP.
Yeah,
All right.
Let him speak. It's like it's down completely.
So, thank you for our backup hosting, twins. So, yeah, this thing starts moving into your bush, like sniffing. It is literally within a foot and a half of you. You're holding your breath. What do you do?
How mean does this thing look?
You see that picture?
Well, yeah, but I mean, how much do I think I can actually scare, if not take this thing out?
Let me see if there's a skill that might appropriate for this. This might be a knowledge check. Yeah. Do you happen to have knowledge life sciences?
I don't have anything knowledge.
Alright, you can roll knowledge common. You will not have knowledge on this specific creature, but kind of vaguely general creatures that may or may not be somewhat kind of generic in this regard. Roll a check with intelligence. Just a straight up knowledge check. Untrained for life sciences. All right. You don't know too much. You know that often these animals, like most animals of many worlds, can be scared away with blaster fire. Other than that, you can't really tell how much damaging it will really cause it to respond. Like punching it in the nose, depending on its kind of biological niche, could cause it to run away. But since it's kind of actively seeking you out, it seems to be fairly predatory. It might get startled if you're really lucky, but you don't. The only thing you know for sure is blaster fire only affects a lot of animals, and not all of them. And that's blaster fire. In terms of like scaring it off. You have approximately 2 seconds to decide. What do you want to do?
I shapeshift into a Wookiee and I make some kind of roar that would be like something that you would typically hear in a jungle setting, so that if I did get heard, then it just sounds like the native surroundings, and hopefully the thing gets scared off by my roar. If not, I still have my gun trained on him.
All right, that might be feasible. Let me check one thing real quick. Shapeshift. Clawdites are shapeshifters and can alter their appearance at will. See Deception skill description on page 64. Clawdite gains plus 10 species bonus on deception checks made to disguise appearance. Additionally, Clawdite can disguise its appearance as a full round action at no penalty. Roll initiative.
You see my roll, right? I got
Yep.
some message. Okay. I got a message that says you wanted to send the result to this roll to turn
You
tracker.
didn't have a token selected when you did it. That's why it's doing it.
Yeah, we don't have tokens on this specific page.
Oh, I see.
Alright, B. You can use your full turn to shapeshift into a Wookiee. This thing, like, is starting to get into your bush, and all of a sudden, like, Ewok, like, transforms, like, bursts, like, into the Hulk, and then, you transform into, like, this Wookiee, and you let out a roar.
Yeah, let me real quick. Yeah, but I'm also wondering. My race has a startle ability, but it doesn't
Mhm.
say what. Oh, I guess it's on it.
Yeah, so once per encounter, as a reaction to being attacked, the Claudite can make a deception check against the target's will defense. If successful, the attacker takes a -5 penalty to the attack roll. If you recall episode 2, there's a moment in a cantina somewhere where I think one of the Jedi is drawing like a lightsaber on the shapeshifter, and like just they do something weird with their face, and it startles them.
Would I be able to both shapeshift and do that?
It is a reaction. You have to be attacked, so it would be on their turn.
Alright. So I'll just, yep, change into
Alright, so a
Wookiee
roar.
and roar.
I'm pretty sure intimidation is a function of persuasion. Intimidate. Oh, yeah. As a full round action, you can make a persuasion check to force a single creature with an intelligence of 1 or higher to back down. I'm pretty sure this thing has an intelligence of 2. So yeah, so you take your entire round to change into a Wookiee. Your like full Wookiee roar, like you like stomping your feet sumo style and like roaring with spittle flying everywhere, is going to be your full next turn. Fortunately for you, you still can do your startle if it attacks you. I'm gonna roll to see what it does though. All right, so yeah, the thing lashes out apparently in fright. Like it basically doesn't even really realize what you kind of are at first, and it goes to attack you. So you want to use your reaction?
Yep. Let's see, what is that?
Startle. Once per encounter, as a reaction, you may make a deception check against the target's will defense. So roll deception.
This is plus my disguise, right?
No. You get this mixed up a lot. I'm going to say this, like, for the record. Your plus 10 species bonus is deception checks made to disguise appearance. Not to all deception checks.
Okay.
It's literally like if somebody's attempting to figure out if you are not who you're say you are, basically. It's not all deception. It's a very specific kind of deception. Alright, that's a fairly decent one. I'm pretty sure this thing is not going to have a freaking will defense of 19. Nope, it does not. So it gets a -5 on its attack.
Nice ability.
And it's going to rear... It's not going to rear back, it's... Yeah, I guess it's going to rear back and go to claw at you. -5. Is a 19 a hit against your reflexes?
Yep.
Wow. Alright, how about the second one?
Second. My attack.
Let me see, it's once per encounter? Okay, it's only to one attack roll, unfortunately. So it's only going to apply to one of these claw attacks. That one missed anyway, though. You can pretend that you're startled the second one. So you take 7 damage as the first claw attack like sweeps through the brush and like slashes across your chest as there's like a and this thing, whatever it is, just like lashes out in reflexive terror. Like this seems to be like a defensive action, and it slices at you, and it's your turn. Do you still wish to take your full round intimidate action?
I'm gonna fire my ascension dart at this guy.
Oh, the grappling hook. Let me look up ascension gun. Galaxy at War 37.
No damage or combat function is listed. If you want to give it one, it's up to you.
Alright, make an attack roll. Basically just roll your pistol, but we're gonna ignore your pistol damage for the moment. I'll determine what it does, if anything. So you fire your grapple, and it like flies past this thing and into the brush behind it. That was a standard action. Do you do anything else?
Can I roar at it?
That's a full round action. You can say you roar at it. I'll give you a bonus to your intimidate check whenever you make it. Maybe. All right. So yeah, you fire this thing, and it's certainly startled a little bit as something flies past it, but it's like a and like the grappling dart flies past it. It's not smart enough to really realize that it might have really been in any danger. You get down and you roar at it, and this time it goes for a bite. That seems to be another hit, I think. You take a further 9 points of damage, unless you have anything that can reduce your AC or your reflexes from a 26. All right. So yeah, this thing lunges forward and latches onto your leg and starts basically like like wearing at you, like almost like a dog that's like just kind of latched onto your leg. It's like, and it's really painful. What sort of shape are you in? Like
Wookiee.
yeah, I mean like what sort of shape bloodied wise are you in?
I'm more than half.
Okay.
hit points.
All right, so yeah, it's just it savages at you. What do you do?
I shoot it. Blaster.
Okay, so you lower the blaster down. Let's see here. You have point blank shot, correct?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna give you a +1 because he's, while not technically grappled with you, I'm gonna say he's kind of at a very disadvantageous position to dodge a blaster bolt. So yeah, you fire and you shoot into this thing, and it seems to kind of score off of its hide, and it bounces back, and it lets go, and you can tell that it needs to make a check.
Shit, guys, I think it needs to roll some dice.
It pulls out a little dice bag and pulls out a pair of weird kind of D20-ish things and determines what it's going to do. Oh yeah, that motherfucker runs. So yeah, you fire off a blaster bolt. Again, it only sears its hide, but it was close enough to damaging it that this thing skitters off into the forest. And yeah, the blaster bolt kind of echoes off into the distance, and Chen, where you're kind of, I guess, relaxing in the speeder with the power off and everything. I think the speeder's probably relaxed now on the jungle floor. I think maybe your sunroof is pulled back just a little bit, and you're kind of lounging with your feet up on the dashboard. You hear somewhere in the distance the faint sound of a pew, like a single blaster shot.
I'm just gonna key up my comm and unkey it as kind of a signal. Hopefully Bunko will respond.
I start cussing about the jungle and stuff.
So yeah, a slur of almost unintelligible cuss words because he's in Wookiee comes through. It sounds like some sort of growling.
Well, I can talk. I talk like my normal self.
You're shape-shifting into you're getting the stat bonuses of a Wookiee, correct?
Yeah.
So you're physiologically a Wookiee, right?
Size-wise, yeah.
I think it's only appearance. That's
Well,
why he can't talk in Mandalorian.
No, but
Yeah.
don't you get additional hit dice because you're getting Wookiee vitality?
As far as I know, I don't think it gives any stat changes at all. It just changes size category.
I get strength and then dex for small creatures and stuff, but I don't get anything.
That's just the size modifier, though.
So you don't
actually change your stats.
You don't bump up your health. I remember you saying something like that during your first shapeshifting.
No.
Okay, all right. So yeah, you hear mildly unintelligible curse words about the jungle in the
Okay,
distance.
well, I'm gonna ask if the mission's still on.
Yeah, but I'm pretty bad off. I can make my way back to you if you have a med kit.
I do, as a matter of fact.
Attempt number 2 through the jungle.
So what are you gonna do, Bunko? You're standing there like you're clutching your side. You've been kind of like there's a big bite mark, like a chunk out of your leg, and there's like a large kind of claw mark over your chest, and you're kind of clutching that.
I'm going to pause and see if I can hear if anybody detected that blaster shot.
Okay, so how long are you willing to wait? Or are you committing to this perception check?
Half a minute.
All right, give me a perception check. You hear absolutely nothing within 30 seconds.
I can re-roll it.
You again hear absolutely nothing within 30 seconds.
All right. I'm gonna say I'm just gonna continue on, but I'm pretty bad off.
Alright, well. Let me know if you need medical attention.
Alright, so I try to find someplace far but viewable of the camp so that I can scope it out.
All right, yeah. So you make your way further through the jungle. Can you give me another stealth roll? Are you still in Wookiee form, by the way?
I'll turn back into Ewok form for the for stealthy stuff.
God damn it, I don't have Ewok music prepared. God damn it. What a wasted opportunity.
That was a nice stealth roll.
Yeah, okay. That definitely was.
Ah, thank you, Jace. Much needed.
I was thinking more of the I can't find that anywhere on SoundCloud right now though. So you can imagine our little Ewok music as our little Agent B makes his way stealthily through the jungle. You see this Ewok tromping through the jungle, like massive blaster rifle, like chunked to his shoulder, and he's like peering around a tree. Then he runs and he does like a somersault over a log. Then he rolls down through an embankment and ends up in a bush. He army crawls through the bush, yeah, he's making his way like Ewok commando style through the underbrush. Can you give me another perception check, please, Bunko?
You can still reroll those. Wow, you get
that reroll.
Jesus Christ. You had like crap roll, awesome roll every time.
You're getting very close to what you think is the camp. You're crawling along the ground. As an Ewok, you don't have a very great height advantage. So there's a lot of underbrush kind of getting in your way. You can see, though, above you, that again, the canopy's like cleared away. You know you're within like 100 feet or so of the camp itself, and you can hear activity. And like maybe the low thrum of power. What is that in the background? You definitely notice some odd sort of thrumming. Specifically, a little bit painful for your Ewok ears. And as you get a little closer, it gets a little bit more painful. Not like you're doubling over or anything, but it's just a little mildly uncomfortable. What do you do?
Is there a tree or
There are trees in the jungle.
cliff or something like that I can get some height advantage? And
If you want to,
covered.
yeah, if you want to shimmy your way up a tree, that's definitely a thing you can do. So, Bunko, give me a climb check.
I'm going to use my ascension gun instead.
Okay. Give me a stealth check instead. All right. So you get to the base of what you think is a fairly reliable tree. You pull out your trusty little ascension gun. You aim up, and you fire your grappling, and it goes right into one of these upper branches. I think maybe there's a little Ewok grin as you punch the button, and all of a sudden the Ewok just goes zoop, right off the ground and up into the tree. There's a moment where you're like, and then you kind of finally come to a stop at the very top of the tree. Leaves and stuff shake down from the top of the tree. You made a little bit of noise, but not a whole lot. And you get up to the tree and you're kind of hanging from up there precariously for a second, and you start wobbling your rather large Ewok posterior back and forth to get a little bit of momentum, and you manage to get your toes around a nearby branch and kind of work your way over to the branch and detach. Well, I guess you don't. Maybe do you detach your grappling hook, or did you leave it there?
I think it's attached to the gun until I actually cut it off the gun.
Well, I meant detach from the tree.
The hook?
Yeah.
No, that's still in the tree.
Okay. All right. So you have an effective elevator back down.
Yeah.
And so yeah, Bunko, you kind of sit down, and you get an incredible view of what seems to be a charred section of the jungle where there are three large ships out here. The three ships I showed you before. And a significantly, I guess, prepared camp in terms of, I guess, objects not native to this world. There are the three ships, the Gatrak class, the Bado class, and whatever the hell that AEG-77 is. They're kind of parked along different sides of this makeshift clearing that they cleared for themselves. You see that their ramps are down for the most part. You see people kind of wandering through the area. You see some armed guards, or more like thugs. Right around the range of approximately a dozen or so, you're probably going to need to stay here and recon for a bit to get a better count of their numbers. There seem to be, let me consult my notes. Seem to be two large cargo containers that have been apparently pulled out of one of the ships and placed down onto the ground. There's a further 4 small cargo containers nearby. There's a couple tables. There are a few makeshift, there are a few tents here. No permanent structures. It looks like there's literally a few kind of pitched tents, like field tents, square, with the flaps open, like you would literally expect people to be kind of walking in and out of fairly frequently. These aren't like the kind of tents you would crawl into to just sleep. I would say there's probably like 4 or 5 of those in total, of small to moderate size. You do see like a small kind of stand, like a device. It looks like some sort of small communications dish. It's not very big. It's like significantly smaller than your airspeeder, even. Like it looks like it's just like some sort of portable thing that they wheeled out of one of their ships. And you see like a technician kind of currently over there. And I think the most important thing you notice, like just at first glance, is there aren't any turrets set up here, really. Like no like defensive emplacements per se. There are like a couple gun mounted like or tripod mounted like guns, sort of like let me see, where did that go? Sort of like this. Sort of like an E-Web repeating blaster. Not quite that heavy duty. I think there's like maybe 3 of them in an array around the camp. By no means fixed turret emplacements at all. And the thing that catches your eye is there seems to be like an array of stands around the clearing. They're roughly 2.5 feet tall. They're like, picture a camera tripod, and mounted on top of that is some sort of device with a small white dish pointed off into the jungle. They're all hooked up via power connectors, and the power connectors run into the camp and like nearby to the little dish that they have set up. There seems to be like a portable power generator, and it seems to be powering whatever the hell these things are.
Okay. So tents, tables, communication has a little satellite dish that's pointing to the jungle.
There's some cargo containers and some weird like small tripod mounted dish things pointed into, like the dishes are literally the size of a plate, and they're pointed off into the jungle. I think like maybe give me a perception check. Gonna keep that?
Yeah, I'll keep it.
You think that maybe the dishes are the source of that odd low-pitched humming that you kind of detected.
All right. Okay. So I radio back to Jin what I see currently.
So Jen, on your radio, a comms opens up, and a slightly higher pitch than normal, but again not super higher pitch than normal, voice of Bunko comes over your comms, relaying this information.
Okay, and at this point, I mean, I'm like out of comms range of the
ship.
The ship, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm. I don't think I have the knowledge to really do anything with that information at the moment.
So, what are your collective calls here on the situation? Are you going to post up and just observe for a while? Or are you going to try to infiltrate the camp?
I'm going to observe. I'm going to take note of the female species that I see walking around, in case I need to disguise as one of them. And just sit up there for half hour, basically, observing.
Alright, keep me posted.
I suggest, it looks like they have some kind of perimeter set up, some kind of noise weapon to scare away the local wildlife. A distraction that we could use is to take out that and have the wildlife come in.
Combine that with shutting their engines down is going to be a whole mess of chaos down here.
Does the landing area, the area look like it would have room for our ships to land in as well?
Give me one final perception check. This will represent the sum total of knowledge you were able to glean over the course of your reconnaissance here up on top of the tree.
Okay,
It's pretty good. Yeah. There is a nice section of the clearing that looks like you could probably put down in. Might not be able to fit both ships, although the Mandalorian ship is a little oddly shaped. It might be able to fit in. He might have to get a little bit creative with his landing. At the very least, you could fit the Far Ranger. He could probably fit in. He might need to squeeze a little.
All right.
Do you have any other questions? This is very good. I like what I'm hearing so far. Intelligent questions. With a 19, I'll be able to answer some questions over the next. You said like 20 minutes ish, while you're up on top of this tree.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else you want to know?
I mean, there's we saw the cargo and everything. I'm just trying to figure out where they might be keeping weapons, where a lot of the traffic is in and out of, stuff like that. Usabilities of the area.
Okay. So a lot of the traffic seems to be in and out of the ships. You're watching it. It seems like guard rotations. Again, you can't really, on this period, like this short period of time, really get a great idea of guard rotations, but it seems like it's probable that they're still living aboard the ships themselves, and they're just coming down as needed. Some people head into the tents. It looks like they head there when... I think you spot that there are some cots in a couple of the tents, but for the most part, there's some tables in the tents. Looks like there's a workbench in one of the tents as well. Most of the stuff in the tents seem to be fairly empty. You see mostly activity during this short amount of time just from your typical thug-looking guys. I think you see two females, one human, one Bothan, ironically, or at least somewhat ironically. dressed in your typical sort of freelancer, kind of light to medium-ish body armor. A lot of the guys here have some sort of patchwork body armor or vest or something. Some of them don't. A lot of them have blaster pistols, some carbines, a couple rifles. They look maybe a little bit more organized than your typical street thugs, but they're definitely not like a military force. You're not close enough to get any meaningful, like, biological / identity details on any of these people to really impersonate them. But you are at least familiar enough to where you can see that there are at least 2 females here. You don't see any overt, like, stockpiles of weapons. The cargo containers are all closed, and it looks like they've got one guy standing over there near the cargo containers. They've got like a couple guys occasionally sort of walking around the perimeter, kind of very, very leisurely. Like, maybe they're only doing it because they're supposed to be on guard and they're kind of bored and it's better to walk than to just stand there. And you can tell they're absolutely not expecting anybody to be on this planet. So there seems to be like maybe 2 people on guard, like on the actual perimeter, like maybe roughly across from each other if you were looking at like a circle, like one directly across from the other, although they're not very precise or neat about it. And they don't really walk at the same speed. Sometimes they kind of go back and forth. Again, not really organized. People mill about a little bit. Occasionally, I think like you see somebody come down from one of the ships, talk to somebody, head back up. One of the guards will, like, I think during your 20 minutes, talk with somebody. Somebody will come down. It looks like they maybe were relieved and they went back up into the ship and maybe like their duty shift ended.
All right. What time of day is it?
I think it's probably about 3. No, not 3. More like maybe 2 o'clock. Like, sun's pretty high up.
Okay. So I'm going to next. I need to do a second wind just for my health.
Absolutely. So I think that's 1/4 of your HP or your con, whichever is higher, I think. I'm gonna have to AFK for like a minute and a half, guys. Sorry, but this will give you a brief second to like plan what you want to do. So I guess that's a fortunate thing for you guys. I will be right back.
So, I'm not gonna go in and start killing people and everything like that. I'm not built for that. But I'll go in and try to put some explosives on things. And then you guys can come in.
Yeah, if you get the explosives in the right point, you can certainly set off a lot of things.
Yep.
Mini ships and.
So it's worth noting.
it's
I have been
possible.
looking at the rules. With our skill ranks, it may be better off making auto. I think they can make out. I'll look it up. I think the laser cannons can make area attacks on the on our ship.
Oh, auto fire? Yeah, that's almost definitely the way to go with how many targets we're going to be looking at.
Well,
anyway.
no, we won't hit anything. But even if we miss, it does half damage.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
As long as
yeah,
we
we
don't have
definitely
evasion,
go
which
that
we
way.
might. But
Oh man, if we can get the wild
We
life
can't use
disruptors
it
down,
against,
it's going to be
like-
utter fucking chaos.
it's not normally allowed against a ship. But against people, we could use it all we want.
Well, we'd have no trouble hitting a ship anyway, because it's just the size of the target, you know?
Not really. We it would have a pretty big negative for not getting its dex mod and that kind of stuff, but we'd still be shooting against like a 14 or so with a -1 to our roll. Probably.
Well, but I mean, don't we get like something crazy like a +4 or something because it's like some gigantic ass target?
Well, you do, but most of its defense is in armor, which doesn't care whether it's moving or not. The defense score isn't whether you hit it; it's whether you hit it and penetrated armor to do damage.
I guess it's decent. I mean, we probably will manage to get some shots in if it's just they're paralyzed. I think if we get the shield generators down, that'd be the best bet personally. But the engines down are awesome too. Whatever Bunko can get. This is not a beggars can be choosers situation. So anything that he can manage to sabotage to give us an advantage is probably in our favor.
Engines are probably best. I mean, if the engines are down, they can't go anywhere, so we can just, you know, we can let them rot while we call for backup if it comes to that.
Yeah, the thing is,
I'm worried about him
if
destroying
we
the
disable
evidence.
engines, it's down to basically Bunko doing it, because by the rules, you need special feats to actually target engines.
I'm back.
So we probably, I don't know if we'll be allowed to shoot engines or not, but that's just it.
Really hoping Bungo can pull his off. That would save us a lot of trouble. Welcome back, by the way.
I'll have problems though if most of the people are living inside the ship. Then I'll have a lot of problems with people seeing me.
And
So, Bunko, you get to like the end of your kind of little prescribed reconnaissance time. You feel like you've gleaned as much information in a short amount of time as possible. Like any more would require like hours and hours and hours of study. I think maybe you're getting ready to get down from the tree. It sounds like when you notice, I guess, like activity on the perimeter, actually fairly close by. Something coming out of the jungle and approaching the outer perimeter of the camp. I assume you stop and kind of once again hunch down and watch.
How far away is this thing? It's on the other side of it? Or?
Not very far. You kind of see a commotion. You can actually hear it. It's that close. There's actually a small group of people walking out of the jungle, roughly 100 feet away from you, maybe.
Okay.
Looks like 3 of them. Like one of them's got basically the equivalent of a machete. 2 of them he's got like a gun slung over his shoulder. The other 2 have blaster rifles. They all look hot and sweaty. They're walking towards the perimeter. One of them like has his hand like raised to his head, and you can see he's like holding a comm link. And there's a person walking around from the side of one of the ships, and he too is like talking on a comm link, and they kind of come in eye contact with each other, and they kind of shake, like they see each other, and the one inside the perimeter shakes his head, and the 3 outside like continue walking through. At this point, you're too far away to hear what was going on, but yeah, you see these 3 walk in from the jungle.
All right.
What would you like to do?
Now I need to find the easiest place to insert myself into. You said the cargo had one guy that was guarding it?
Yeah, roughly. Like, it looks like only one guy is kind of specifically assigned to watch over it, maybe. You see him kind of leaning up against it. His rifle's kind of up against the like barrel up, leaning up against the thing next to him. He's like kind of browsing a comm pad.
Okay. All right. I'll use that as an insertion point, unless there's a place that looks a lot more empty.
Not particularly. No, like there's only those 3 gun emplacements. They don't have like people actively. Like I think there's one guy who's actively sitting at one, but it looks like he's just literally sitting there because it has a chair. The other 2 have like people nearby. One of them's like talking to another person. They're not paying a whole lot of attention. You can easily kind of pick a route due to the circumference of the camp to enter. You know, kind of timing it so that one of the 2 kind of wandering guards is away, and you just kind of move towards the cargo containers. Yeah, like it. There's definitely a whole lot of slack in their security net.
All right. Let's do it.
All right, so you climb down from the tree, like you kind of zip down and you release your grapple, and you make your way up to the perimeter. And then the closer you get, you know, the more you hear this this kind of low thrumming, and it's really uncomfortable for you. But you have a feeling you're going to have like a really bad headache, but you're able to kind of power through it, I think. However, I do want you to just for sake of just for sake of wondering, make me I guess an endurance roll. Okay, yeah, you're gonna have a bad headache, but nothing severe. And you're gonna want to sneak up here, so let me have a stealth check from you. All right, so you approach cautiously and quietly, and make your way past this outer rim of like sonic projectors. And as soon as you're past them, the pressure kind of mounting on your ears and your head kind of dissipates immediately. You're still going to have your bad headache, but like it's coming up from the deep end of a pool almost, and you breathe a little easier, and you kind of shuffle up to the back of one of these large containers. The outside of the container has a symbol, and I will show you that in a second. Yeah, it's branded with a symbol you don't recognize. What do you do? Like maybe
Didn't we already see that?
other people did.
I think it was a tattoo or something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Technically, what I meant to show you guys was the circular part, the center part. I accidentally showed you the whole image from the first time. The tattoo was of like the black center part. They're certainly related, though, obviously.
All right. So So where in relation to where I am are the ships, which ships, and the power generator for the perimeter?
The power generator and the actually, you know what?
Was there a shield generator you said?
No shield generator.
Shield. Okay.
That would be pretty paranoid and pretty expensive, I would think. Let me doodle you a quick map. Alright, so it's not perfectly circular, but we're just going to go with it. This is roughly the landing area. And we're going to say the generator is located approximately here. Right next to the antenna. If I can get it to shade. There we go. As far as the ships go, there's one parked roughly up here. One parked about over here. One parked approximately over yonder. There's a series of tents, sort of spread out. Last but not least, cargo containers. And I'll put the guns on here just for sake that they'll probably come up. That red thing's the generator, by the way. And I will name these as we're going along. So I'm thinking you're probably infiltrating like somewhere around here. Like you come to the edge of the camp and you see that there's basically like nothing in this tent. Like actually kind of curious of like why would they set up a tent for no reason? There's like a kind of an empty table in here. There's the cargo containers beyond. The nearby ships.
To disable the transponder on these ships, is that an exterior job or interior?
Oh, that's way interior. I mean, like, technically, if you blew through the ship's hull, you could do it, but it's in the ship's sublight engines. you would literally have to blast through the ship's hull to do it from the outside. Or, I mean, if you had a serious knowledge of starships, you might be able to get through to an access panel, but most access panels on the outside of the ship, like, you wouldn't think would lead to direct access to, like, the core of a sublight drive, because that would mean they would be pretty vulnerable. You might be able to overload something, but you would have to have pretty technical knowledge for that.
Okay. So, the smaller ship is the one on top.
Yeah. I'm getting to labeling them right now. These aren't by any means perfectly to scale. I mean, these ships aren't boxes.
And where did these three figures from the forest go into?
Roughly about here. You saw them enter the camp, and like walk into kind of the heart of the camp. You didn't say you were keeping an eye on them after that. Didn't sound like you were terribly interested in what they were doing after that, so...
Okay. So I'm going to make my disguise as much as I know of the human that I saw, the human female. And I'm going to keep an eye out for anybody, but especially the two females that I saw.
Okay, so you can make yourself look like a human female with dark hair and like darker complexion. That's about all you were able to glean from that distance. You'll basically kind of have to pick a human that you have run into before that matches that very general description, and it's not going to be the person you saw. What I'm getting at is nobody's going to mistake you for her. Like maybe from the same distance they'd be like, "Oh, it's her," but if they actually saw you, they wouldn't.
Yeah, my clothes and everything are going to look like.
You can probably get
average
those
person's.
somewhat approximized.
And I'm going to make it towards the southern, southeastern small container that's next to the tent that I'm in.
Okay. All right. So you make your way to the containers and you kind of like crouch down. Not more than like maybe 15 feet away, there's this one guard kind of leaned up against one of the containers, like roughly about here. He doesn't seem to be paying a whole lot of attention. What's your objective here? Like you're successfully in the camp, up against one of these crates. You do like taking a peek around, you see one of the guards kind of moving off in this area, and he's generally walking in your direction, like a clockwise fashion. He's pretty meandering, though. You can tell he'll probably pass under the Gatrak, and pass by your insertion point sometime in the next minute or so.
Oh, you can go underneath these ships. Okay.
Imagine the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah. Okay. Alright, I take note of what the human that's lying against the container looks like.
Mm-hmm.
I don't change my shape. I keep my human female form and stuff like that. And I look. There's nothing to the south of me.
Pretty much no. That's that area I was talking to you about,
Yeah.
where it looks like there's an open space big enough for a sizable ship to land.
Okay. So I make my way to the southernmost container.
All right. Yeah, you kind of tumble in the open for a second, and to the back of the container. There is a guard down here at gun 1, but he seems to be sitting down on a chair, reading like probably an outdated version of the HoloNet news or something like that. He's not paying attention at all. So you're at the south container, like right here. What do you do?
I'm gonna be on now the southern western, the bottom of the southern western container.
Okay, so you're just trying to navigate across the containers. Yeah, you can do that. Right about now, that guard I was telling you about's roughly about your entry position, like around here. You are definitely kind of in danger of, if he looks off to his right, he may see you, but you are near one of these tents. You also have, some cover with the with the boxes and everything.
So you have the one guy leaning against the container by the generator.
Yep, right here.
The other
And
guy
the reason why
walking
I'm not
around.
placing these guys is it's literally a very fluid situation. One guy's literally just kind of walking calmly around the camp. One guy's sitting down at the bottom gun. I'm only describing the people in imminent proximity to you, by the way. Remember, I described that there was, more in the camp.
All right. I'm going to. How accessible is it to go inside this tent that's to my left or in front of me?
It looks like this is only open from one side, the side facing north, but it's not like super bolted down or anything. It looks like you could probably just slip down underneath the side if you're willing to get on your belly and kind of Care Bear shimmy underneath it.
Okay.
What do you do? Guard's starting to walk a little further. He's not paying attention very much, but he's bored, so he's looking around. Starts looking off to his right. What do you do?
I'm going to start to walk by the tent.
Walk by the tent?
Yeah.
I mean, you're like right next to it.
Yep. Just walk to the tent and make my way towards the AEG ship.
So you're gonna go through the tent? Or around? Are you going out in the open?
Just around the southern part.
That will be out in the open.
The guy by the generator, he is just... Is he looking in the western direction?
Remember, I'm saying that there's a guy walking the perimeter clockwise? He's right here. And he's like, there is nothing between here and here.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm going to give you a 5-second countdown.
I'm going to circle
Because you've been taking a
around
long time on this.
I'm going to circle around to the top of the container that I'm at.
Okay, all right. Give me a stealth check. You've been really meandering around up here. All right, you remain hidden for the moment, but as you kind of plaster yourself up between these two containers, you notice that there are a couple people, like right over here. And you are vaguely in view of them if you come within sight. Like if they were to turn in your direction, they would see you. They're not looking in your direction right now. You are solidly in the center of the camp. There are people all around you, and maybe not like 7 feet away is this guy still reading. He's not paying attention at all, but he's very close. Still haven't gotten a look into this tent next to you.
Where is the guy that's walking clockwise?
He's probably made it to the gun by now. He's at gun 1. And he's stopped at gun 1, and he's talking with the guy who's sitting there. The guy who's sitting there has kind of like put his pad down, and they're like talking. You hear the clomp, clomp, clomp of booted feet on a ramp close by as somebody descends from the Gatrak 720. You can't see them, but like you can kind of see movement from over top the containers for just a very brief second as people come down from the ramp, like right over here. Multiple people. You can hear some low talking in the background. Sounds like some person like asking questions of another. Several people walking together.
Where's the door on this container that the 2 containers that I'm right next to?
There is a lid on top. Picture your standard square, like cubicle cargo crate, except this is made out of plasteel.
Okay.
They're literally like maybe as tall as an Ewok. The 2 bigger ones over here, those you could, like a human could walk into very easily. Those are more like the size of a very small, like freight truck sort of cargo container, like not like full semi size, but you've seen probably the cut down version of those. Those like several people could walk into fairly comfortably. They have like doors on the facing sides, like right here, like right in front of where this guy is sitting, or I guess leaning towards. But these square containers, they literally just have lids that open from the top.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna make my way around the container that I'm at.
All right.
With those 2 guys talking down by gun 1, I'll just circle around and do the eastern part of the container that I'm at.
Okay. You kind of quickly shimmy around to the other side. Ping where you want to be.
How do you ping?
You just hold a left click.
That's not working.
Do you have the mouse selector selected on the top left bar?
Yeah.
Point where you're going, and left click, and hold down. Yeah, there you go. I see Pink doing it.
No, that's not me.
That was me.
Oh, I was doing right click. Here.
Okay, yeah, you scoot around there. You hold your breath when one of the guards like kind of looks over in your direction, but they apparently just don't see you. You get the feeling that you're like really precarious in your position though, and you're like shifting constantly. You hear these booted feet kind of come from this area. And give me a perception check. You don't get much of the conversation, but speaking in basic, a kind of a low, gruff voice, says, they found nothing. Well, I want you to pull all the men, make sure no one's missing. Want to make sure we know who fired that blaster shot out there. And you kind of hear like a grunt of affirmation, but you don't really hear anything in terms of like a vocal response. The conversation continues, but that was literally the only snippet you get is like the footsteps move across, and like it sounds like they're heading towards the Bado.
Okay. So I'm going to make it over here.
All right, yeah. So you shimmy over there. About time for another stealth check. All right, keep those good rolls coming, because you need them. Yeah, so you Ewok roll over to the side of the container. You are like literally just around the corner from this other guy who's still reading. You hear like a yawn. You peek around the side. You're literally standing almost underneath.
He's over here, right?
He's like right here.
Oh, okay.
He's like, you're literally standing, like right here, or kind of not standing but crouching, and you're like right underneath the edge of the Gatrak, that kind of, as someone elegantly put it, a turtle-shaped craft.
All right. I'm going to look around and pick a time to go up the ramp of the Gatrak.
Ah, very well then.
I'm going to disguise myself as the yawning guy outside.
Cool. I need to open something real quick, because we actually do have a layout of this starship. Alright, so, if you're interested in following along, Bunko's probably the only one that has to open this up. Starships of the Galaxy, page 88. I don't actually have this image in our, Wait. Yeah, there we go. It's actually page 89. Don't actually have this open in roll 20, but this is the actual layout of the Gatrak 720 freighter. Just for
those who are lazy.
Ah, yes. Thank you. That also suffices, probably better.
Wait, what page?
Just click the link.
It's the same image.
Okay.
Alright, so, yeah, you come up, like, beneath the craft, and for reference, 24 up towards the front is the entryway. 11 and 13 are the lifts. Those are down currently, but you would actually have to raise them up and down to enter the cargo holds. It's actually a very nice ship. 24 though is the exit ramp. It's currently down. It's all the way out at the front of the craft. There is not much cover at all beneath this thing. You wanna make a check to I guess I think. Let me think about this. You're rolling a lot of stealth checks. I typically don't like having people roll this many things, but at the same time, the situation is changing so constantly. Give me one stealth check if you are going to make a break for the ramp, because it is definitely kind of out towards the front of the craft. Well, no, never mind.
Didn't I already do that?
Yeah. For some reason, I was thinking it was pointed the other way. It's right over here. So yeah, you stealth checked. You got there. I'm gonna say it applies for this little bit. You sneak around and you enter the bottom of or I guess the ship. What do? You emerge in a like a section where there seems to be like some acceleration / lounge chairs like right in front of you, and you have like several areas to which you could go.
I'm gonna get up into the ship and then pause for a second to see if I can hear anything.
Perception check.
I'll do it again. Oh, barely.
You don't hear anything. You hear like the tinking of the ship. Nothing specific.
So I'm going to make my way to number 7, which is the starboard engine room.
Okay, yeah. So you you poke your kind of head around the corridor. You look both ways and you shimmy your way along the corridor. There's a door open here. You peek in. It looks like it's a empty bunk room. It looks like it's heavily used. There's clothes kind of strewn about. You can tell people have been living here. It looks like this is definitely an area where maybe a lot of the people here are living. Judging by the amount of people that this room could hold, you're thinking that there's probably a good deal of the camp that you have not seen. I'm just gonna say you think maybe, unless they're all aboard another ship, there are at least several people aboard this one. But you make your way into the starboard engine room. You slide open a door, and kind of Ewok your way inside.
Well, I'm not. I'm a human right now. But
Oh, when did that happen?
when I was outside sneaking around, after I got through the perimeter, I was a human. I haven't been rolling with the additional still.
Oh, good. Good to know. Make sure you a little bit more carefully enunciate that, because I certainly didn't pick up on that. I don't know if anybody else did. So yeah, you walk into the starboard engine room.
All right, I figure out where I'm supposed to put this bomb to take out the responder or whatever.
Okay, this will be a knowledge check. Let me determine what knowledge check. It's going to be a knowledge technology.
I know sticks.
Yeah. You can tell it's the engine. But you don't know precisely where you're exactly like supposed to place this bomb. What do you do? Like, this was something that you guys didn't go over. I think the Mandalorians assumed, since you didn't bring it up, that you were competent.
I radioed to Chin asking him, what a thingy looks like.
So Jen, you get a very, very kind of hazy burst of static, with a little bit of bunko in it. You can still kind of make out what he's saying, but it's obvious that there's like something odd going on with the signal.
So I can hear everything he says.
Yeah, it takes you like a minute to sort of work through what he was actually asking you. But yeah, you can make it out.
Okay. Can I make a knowledge check?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, I'm not trained in it. Can I make it anyway?
Yeah, general knowledge is fine. It's not going to give you like the specific port you're supposed to place things into, but yeah, that meets the general knowledge. You having traveled aboard starships occasionally, at least, you don't know precisely what everything does in the engine room. You do know where generally, though, there's a little bit more of a do not do anything underward here sort of area. You talk him over towards the sublight harmonics bank. You don't really know that that's what you're talking him towards. You've just seen people interacting with this. And whenever you bothered somebody who was doing maintenance on one of these things, they're like, "Quiet, man, I'm concentrating. I need to keep my mind on this." So Bunko, you kind of slip your way over here.
So I take out some of the explosives and put it on, trying to keep it out of eye shot as much as possible.
All right. Give me a mechanics check for placing the explosive, and we'll deal with your stealth check afterwards. Mechanics check is good. Now, roll a stealth for me to see how well you can hide this. All right, pretty good. So you pop open a panel. You have no idea what this particular thing does, but you like affix the detonite in here. How do you set it to? How do you set it to actually detonate?
I have a remote trigger, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, remote trigger.
Okay. All right. So you set it in there. You set it to like a particular frequency, and you close the panel back up. And I think you turn around. And right as that happens, one of the doors to the engine room opens up, and a woman walks into the room. Long curly blonde hair, and she kind of looks at you for a second, and you look back at her, and we're gonna end the session there.
By the way, when I was on the ramp, I changed myself to the guy that was by the generator.
I did hear that actually.
I heard that too.
I was a woman walking around, but then I changed it to the guy that was by the generator.
All right. So, I know some people sat out for most of the session here, but we had some people who sat out some other long parts of the session take kind of the lead here. This is generally how this campaign is going to go sometimes. You guys make your own choices and your own plans, and due to your own plans, some people will have less opportunities than others. It's all about overall mission success. If you're looking to get everybody into something, make your plan accordingly. I can't do that for you because people start feeling robbed if you go through a bunch of precautions, and then all of a sudden I have your ship attacked and all of your cover blown, and suddenly the mission is blown. So when you actually set out to like undertake a stealth sort of mission, I can't rob you of that if you're doing it well enough, and it means that people who stay behind stay behind. I'm just making sure to get it out there because it has been brought up in the past before.
What we were doing, it really was kind of geared the way that we had.
I will guarantee when people start detonating explosives next session, there will be a lot of activity on every last person's part, and there will probably be a lot more activity than people actually wanted.
Is probably
Oh
true.
yeah. We're looking forward to it.
That was I think a fun session. It was a tense session, obviously. I know Bunko, you probably had a really tense time out there just yeah, in the one you had 1 kilometer of jungle to get through, Bunko. Just one.
Bunko says, note to self, get a
rolls a 1 on his stealth check.
Okay, Bunko, here's something I gotta ask. Like, when you knew that this like predator thing might attack you, why didn't you just use the ascension gun to go up a tree?
That's true. I could have done that.
It doesn't occur to you in every situation. That's a thing that occurred to one of you, but didn't occur to him in the moment.
It occurred to at least 3 of us. We were talking about it.
But it doesn't always happen to the players, so.
Nope.
It was fine. It worked out well. Should be interesting.
This is when Bunko goes, note to self, get a silenced personal weapon.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was telling myself.
Yeah, I'm sure Roddick will let that happen.
Do you have a vibro dagger of any sort?
No.
Oh, dude, that's something you as a covert ops guy need.
Vibro weapons take a special advanced proficiency, which nobody gets by default.
Even a normal dagger, man.
Yeah.
Wait, isn't a just like a vibro, just like a regular vibro dagger?
All vibro weapons are under advanced melee weapons, which no class gets by default. They'll have to take it.
Huh.
I did not know that. I was planning on getting a vibro dagger, but I guess I might end up doing something different.
Well, yours would be different, Victor, because you were thinking about getting your wrist blade transformed into a vibro wrist blade, and you already have exotic weapon proficiency wrist weapons, so it would be different.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I might actually do that.
Yeah, I'm not going to make you have exotic wrist weapons, wrist vibro blades. That would be ridiculous. So I'm gonna do some XP real briefly. All right. Key question here, guys.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be something about how the campaign works. I'm going to let you guys decide, because I'm not going to be the bad guy on this one. When I'm not necessarily going to track XP individually for people, but obviously when one person is the person who is doing the majority of the almost dying, are we going to be netting them the experience, or are we sharing it with the group?
Share with the group.
How does everybody else feel?
Well, here's a question. So, when you say share with the group, you mean like take the XP from like all the encounters and divide it amongst the group versus just giving all of it to one person, right?
Yeah.
That's a hard. I kind of like in Dungeon World how it's always the group, but at the same time, I'm open to whatever. What do you guys feel?
I'm of the personal opinion it should be shared, but Bunko took a lot of risk this session, so...
Yeah, that's my main thing. Is a lot of people had some risk this session. It's not like nobody would be getting XP. What my thing is, you guys took some risk infiltrating the planet. All of you had risk of potential death if you guys had been caught. So everybody would be getting a shared reward for that. But some people took some very extra character risk where they definitely could have died, and other people didn't. It's very hard to measure stuff like that, but it's something that I definitely want to make sure people know that I am not against tracking, because I am intimately aware of when some people, I guess, take much more of the risk than others, and I feel generally that they should take more of the reward than others, but again, this is a group decision.
Well, see, the only thing about, like, kind of that is, like, people in support roles, I don't want them getting screwed over. Like, if we, like, leave Rayla on the ship to pilot it and she's not there when, some big gunfight goes down, it'd kind of suck if, she got sort of screwed out of the experience, XP.
I wouldn't mind if we divide the XP in such a way where if somebody does something exceptional, they get to take a bonus. But other than that, maybe.
What about the person who took the extra risk gets 2 shares?
Well, that's fairly similar to what Victor is saying. Like, people get, you guys are all going to get awarded generic kind of mission XP occasionally. And if you guys kill something as a group, that gets split up as well. You do stuff as a group, that gets split up. But if somebody has an integral thing to do on their own, is it not worth giving them bonus XP, or do you not want to do that?
Well, my opinion is, like, for this specific day, basically, I mean, I'm totally okay with Bunko getting all the experience for, like, all of his stealth encounters and stuff. That's totally cool with me. Just, I feel like it's going to be kind of hard to, like, lay down hard rules here and now, like, for future encounters where we have people kind of all spread out, but all ultimately, doing something critical to the mission, you know what I mean?
Normally,
well,
that's
like, again, like
split
the
for
Rayla
those who are
situation.
present in the encounter. If you have a solo encounter, only the people actually him and the beast in the forest. That's just him. There's nothing you can argue about that. There were only 2. He was the only one who was a player who was in that encounter.
Yeah.
In the same way, going into the base, none of us are there. That depends if you want to count the base as a whole when things go to shit next session, or give it separate stuff for today's session in the base.
You do make a good point about you count who is in the encounter. All right, this is what's going to happen. Everybody's going to get, I'm going to say, 200 XP for successfully formulating a plan and working it out with the Mandalorians and infiltrating the planet and like setting down. Everybody marks 200 XP. That is including various role playing and stuff like that. Bunko, you get 400 XP for dealing with that creature that you dealt with. I'm also going to award you an additional 100 XP for partially infiltrating the compound.
Alright.
Rewards for the compound will be divvied up amongst the group in general, and there will be rewards specific for the actual fight encounter which happens. So there will be a reward for, hey, you guys successfully infiltrated the compound, sabotaged the vehicles, got the information, killed your target, arrested the bad guys, blah blah blah. There'll be like a flat experience for that sort of thing that everybody gets, and there will be a calculated experience total shared amongst whoever was involved in the actual encounter for those who were actually involved in the combat of said mission.
Sounds good to me.
So if somebody is not involved in the combat, they still get mission XP for playing their role in the mission, but people who actually were at risk of losing their characters don't have the potential of feeling potentially gypped about sharing XP with someone who didn't put their life on the line. Again, you can never be entirely too sure, because if somebody stays behind with the ship, maybe the ship gets like shipjacked, or something untoward would happen. But again, I know I've been on the receiving end of. I was one of the people who took the vast majority of the risks this session and did a lot of the work, and everybody shared my reward, and I felt a little kind of cheapened by it. And I don't want anybody to feel like that. So for a lot of things, we will be sharing, and for specific things, I want to make sure people get their specific rewards. So that's a nice hefty, excuse me, sorry for bumping my mic.